Black and Brokerage now. You should be able to see my screen anyway, but how's the audio now? Better? Good? Okay. Great? Okay. All right, guys. Well, okay. Obviously, the reboot helped. Okay, guys. So let's start to talk. Okay. Thank you, Mohammed. Yeah, I had to do a reboot of my computer. Hopefully, fixing these sound issues. All right. Well, let's get at it. I mean, it's 9:10 right now, so let's get at it. So, big news of the day, of course. There's huge news today, guys. Krispy Kreme being sold now at McDonald's. So there's donut, DNUT, now being sold at McDonald's. So you can get sort of one-stop garbage shopping for food. So anyway, but seriousness, DNUT had a big lift this morning. And there it is. Now, you guys heard me talk about Reddit all day yesterday, actually, probably for the last 3 days. Um, as you know, I don't tell anybody what to buy or sell, but I sort of nagged a bit on this Reddit, and the big thing for me was yesterday being able to stay over 50. That was the first step for me. Okay, and then taking out the high of last week. I mean, this is only the fourth. This will be the fourth day of its trading. Taking out the high of last week, which it did, 57.74. You can see, and then look at what happened after hours, all the way up almost to $70. It's still hanging tough. So, I don't know how many people took it, but I don't swing trade very often. I do have a piece of this, and I don't know what I'm going to do exactly, but I've traded in and out of it several times. But I do have a piece of this, and if the memers have got a hold of it now, obviously, but are they really going to get a hold of it? So, and then DJT. Now, I hear what you're saying, William. I had a problem at the beginning with DJT, not, but it's okay now for me anyway. But you're probably not using the trade ideas charts. Okay, you're probably not, right? But on the 15-minute chart, there it is. So DJT. So we'll see what happens with this one. It is your broker, okay? So there are other things happening. STOK, yeah, it is actually OPGN. I didn't have this on my list. I don't think I had this on my list. And the reason why it was under $1, but massive pop, guys, massive pop, 107%. It is actually an earnings spike tomorrow. An earnings spike tomorrow. Not that this is the reason, I don't think. After the company announced David Lazar will invest 3 mil. Ah, this guy. So this guy's got some cachet, as they say. So invest 3 million in the preferred stock and take over as CEO. Okay, well that is the big news for OPGN. Now, stock, STOK. I think yes, this is an earnings play, guys. This is an earnings play. Now, the noise canceling is not on, I don't think. Let me turn it on and see if that makes any difference. Okay, let me see if that makes any difference. If it does, then I'm going to have to turn it off. I'm just using my pre-markets up and pre-markets down for my homepage. So that's the pre-markets up, pre-market act is up. Okay. Now, MESO, MESO, no, we don't have any float information for some reason. Did do a check. It's actually a very big float, very big float. So this is an impressive move, 34%. Give me a moment. Check that float again. Hmm. Having a problem loading that site. Well, 28.7, that's not what I saw, okay, for me. So actually, we saw, if I, the site that we go to a lot is that, just show you what I had, is 148 million. 148 million. That's from Dilution Tracker. So interesting. Are these predefined? Well, they're from my homepage, Fox. Okay, they're from my homepage. So when you say predefined, now you're not going to find them anywhere else. I can give you these scanners, or well, these two. You go to my homepage. Give me a moment. Okay, so I just put my homepage link in. If you click on my homepage link, I have a lot of scanners that I'm sharing. If you scroll down to the middle section, these are the scanners that I'm sharing. So what you're seeing here, these are the pre-market actors up and down, okay? Now, if you cannot display it looking like this, it means you have to have the latest beta, okay? Because these are top lists, okay? They're just top list windows. If I right click and I get rid of show tree map, this is the typical top list window, right? So if you've got a top list window up and running, and if you right click on it and you do not have the option show tree map, that means you have to get onto the latest beta. The minute you do that, you get this presentation. And I did the same thing with this one, okay? The pre-market active down. And to get the latest beta, if you go to my homepage and just go up right at the very top where it says download and just click on beta, the AI beta, okay? All right, guys. Now let's take a look. What there are other things. Check. I saw check. CHEK, but I don't see it now. Well, okay, it's still up 32%. So CHEK was also all right. So this is now hopping on the AI. Check. Check cap jumps on Noble AI business combination. Okay. I see. Okay. So the business combination agreement. Okay. So anyway, put AI in the name. Big pop up for check. CHA. Excuse me. CHEK. ABVC, ABVC. Look at ABVC. All right, now it got up to almost $2. It's pulled back down to about $1.50. Entered into a global licensing deal of the Targus. Okay, with who did it get into? With FEYE. Okay, so that's your news for ABVC. Now, I did see this is a small one. Could be interesting. Maybe not super interesting. Well, it's already interesting today. And IVVD up 17%. JP Morgan, JP Morgan has raised their price target. Initially, they had a four. I don't know when they had a $4 price target. They're raising it to $10. Okay, $10 price target. Pretty aggressive from JP Morgan for a 382 stock. Mm-hmm. QH is showing up here, guys. John, I see you're talking about QH. Yeah, look at QH. China stock. Don't see any specific news. I'm stalling to see if I can get a headline here. I don't see any news on this one. Just out of curiosity, let's see what KWeb is doing. This is the China ETF. All right, so KWeb's doing nothing. So it's nothing to do with China overall. CLDR. Now, it didn't have very much volume, CLDR, but sorry, did I say, I might have written this down wrong. Yeah, well, is there CLDR also? I have CDLR, and no, this is an earnings play and not a lot of volume yet. Yeah, this is the one I was thinking of. The deal about this one though is this is an all-time high. Okay, CDLR. I'm sorry if I think I wrote it down wrong. Yeah, I have CLDR. It should be CDLR in the list here. Okay, sorry about that. So we'll see what happens once this market opens, because this is an all-time high right now for CDLR. And Prax, Prax. Big bump here. Gains after mid-stage data for epilepsy candidate. Okay. Okay, MKA. Can I get help activating now? Unfortunately, I can direct you to who can help you. Okay, I unfortunately cannot go into your account. Okay, MKA. However, I will give you the home page, and I'll show you how you can contact somebody almost immediately. Okay, I just can't go into your account. Okay, so click on the homepage link that I just put in there. Okay, click on that homepage link, and you see where it says need help? Click on the need help, click on the ask, and then click on chat. Oh, now you're talking about email. Interesting. Well, anyway, click on chat. Okay. When you click on chat, just give them your email address and tell them what the problem is. You can see there's people there right now. Okay. Okay, let me know. Hopefully that'll work out for you. Okay. Just make sure you give them your email address that you signed up, how you signed up for Trade Ideas. Okay. So they can check your account. All right, guys. So is donut, speaking about obesity drugs, is donut shortable for me at Interactive Brokers, DNUT? Lots of shares, yes. A lot of shares, 6.29 million shares at Interactive Brokers. If it wants to keep going, I mean, $15 looks like the a resistance area for DNUT. Okay, looks like one. It is through the 200-day, and the deal. Okay, they did a donut deal, a sweet deal with McDonald's. Okay, that is the reason for donut DNUT Krispy Kreme being up and running. Start rolling out the donuts in the second half of this year. Okay, so this is a slow rollout, kind of. They will be available all over the country by the end of 2026. What are we now? We're in 2024. Yeah, Todd, I've often wondered, people who work at McDonald's or any of these fast food places, and then they stop. You wonder, can they ever look at a donut again or a hamburger again? All right, guys. Whoa, nine. You know what? I don't have it. Well, I'm gonna have to. I want to get my layout on. Okay, the layout I use. So I have to look at all the sectors. So just give me a moment. So what I'm doing now is I'm loading the layout that I use once the market opens. Okay, and the market will open in a little over 4 minutes from now. Okay, so let's quickly take a look at the sectors, the major sectors. I'm going to click on New and then Dock Channel Bar, and then coming up on my other monitor, click on Show More, and then scroll down until I see sector status. And we're in for a yeah, nice positive open. So what you're seeing here, these are the major sectors. XLE, the major ETF for energy, 86% green. That means that 86% of the stocks that make up XLE are above yesterday's close. 83% technology. Okay, so that is now the only one I really care about. Only I'm just always intrigued to see right now every single sector, major sector, is above the 200-day moving average. And we had a bit of a down day yesterday, so the only one that's really close is XLU, and it's still there's that 200-day moving average. Broke above it for good. Well, nothing's ever for good, but here's the 18th of March. Okay, so it held above it, and every other major sector is well above the 200-day moving average, as would be expected with the SPY. Everything just booming still. Okay, guys. Now this is could be the problem I'm going to have. But let's just see. All right. Yeah, you could remove it. Obviously, Darren, you can remove it. I don't know why I had that there. There was a reason along. Like I've been using that forever. The question is, in my pre-market actives up and down, why do I have a filter that says the RSI's got to be between 1 and 100? Um, yeah, that was constructed years and years ago. It obviously makes no difference, but I could take it out. Obviously, I think there was a reason a long time ago, but that is, I mean, it's so many years. I've been using that same pre-market actives up and down for probably 10 years now. So again, guys, once this market open, well, this is this is just a top list window, okay? What you're seeing here, this screen is just a top list window. Show tree map. This is just a top list window. That's all it is, okay? And if you want to transform it so that you have a presentation that looks like this, you have to be on the latest beta. 1 minute. Thank you, William. Well, I'm glad I did an early sound check. I guess maybe, yeah, maybe I'll have to reboot every single morning. But anyway, but again, guys, let me know if the sound degrades at any point during the day. And yeah, so the market's going to open in less than 30 seconds. So typically, I do not trade in the first 15 minutes. Okay. I do like to see things settle down or try to let things settle down. Doesn't mean that everything is settled down after 15, but certainly more settled than in the first 15. So that's just my style. Doesn't have to be your style. And we are now open for business. Here we go, guys. We're now open. DJT booming here, guys. DJT booming here. Of course, this is not shortable for me yet. Most brokers will not have shorts available for DJT today. What did you want to? I mean, where would you pick? I mean, this is going. This is look at this. You know what? I mean, I joke, but it wouldn't surprise me. It wouldn't surprise. I shouldn't say it because people might say, "Okay, the guy's saying it's going to 100," but nothing surprises me anymore. Meanwhile, stock guys, SDOK. This is an earnings play. Yes, this is an earnings play. Massive pop up here, but this is not about earnings. Okay, this is what it's all about. Coincidentally, it is an earnings play also, but as an anti-epilepsy drug candidate shows substantial sustained reductions in seizure frequency. What stage is it? It's only phase 1/2A, so it's very early. Okay, market's open, and so SPY's up a little, Dow's up a little, NASDAQ's up a little. So, okay, there's the IVVD guys. Now, how much room does this have? Yesterday's high was around 427. This is the one that JP Morgan has now put a $10 price target on. Okay, that does not mean it's going to $10. That's what JP Morgan has put a price target of 10. They've upped it. I guess they had a previous price target of 4. Well, that's it. And now they're putting a price target of 10 on it. Well, there's a big pullback for DJT. Where is the VWAP? 6570 is the VWAP. Okay. Now, obviously, not a lot of data yet, but 6570 is the VWAP. And this is halted on the way down. Okay, that was the halt. So that was the halt on the way down for DJT. Okay, guys, looking at some early ones here. Now, GME has earnings after hours today. Could be interesting. Um, This does have shorts available. Not that I want to short it right now, but I want to see if they're available tomorrow. Has earnings. Well, I won't know that until tomorrow, but there are almost 500,000 in Interactive Brokers right now for GME, and they do have earnings after hours. Of course, this is the original meme stock. Worth watching, Tim. Worth watching. WW means worth watching. Okay, guys. So I'm seeing some of the flyers in the pre-market, like the SOUN, the DJT, the even Reddit. dropping somewhat here. Again, very typical first 15 minutes. MPTI, okay. I don't know this one at all. MPTI, another one that halted on the way down. This is an earnings play, actually. I did not see this one. I don't think I've ever seen this one. Amex stock, MPTI halted on the way down. This is an earnings play. Oh, this could be a big gap down offer. Now, okay, this is the first time I'm showing this today anyway. So this is time and sales. This blue screen you see here, this is time and sales from Interactive Brokers. You can't see the symbol, but this is the MPTI. Halted at 29.29. This column here gives maybe a bit of a clue where it may open. It's hard to know because it's it says 27.85 but then 29.19 on the bid ask. So it doesn't look good though. We'll have to see. Usually they're 5-minute halts. Just looking at Bitcoin right now. Bitcoin a little bit weak. 70,000, a little over 70,000 right now. A little bit weak. Not hugely weak, but a little bit weak. All right. STOK showing up in my combo scan. Now, that red line you see there, that is the next high looking left on the daily chart. Now, you can't see it on the daily chart. I'd have to zoom out, okay? But that is the next high. Consequently, I would not take the trade right now unless it, number one, took out that high. If it does take that high out, then the next high on the weekly chart is around 14. So it would have a little bit of room. But again, it's early. It is early. I don't like taking trades in the first 15. So even though it's coming in on the combo scan that I really do like, I'm always going to, click on the alert, see what I see on the chart, and then I make up my mind. I may be completely wrong. This could just blow right through that high right there. Look at donut now, guys. DNUT. There's that. There's the fade. Now, to me, 1441. I could get it going on the way down. The low's right there, and then we've got 1397, and of course, the low of yesterday or the close of yesterday is way down here. So, all right, DJT open, guys. So it did not. So it got halted on the way down, but it has popped up. Yeah, pins. I do see it here on the 10-day daily breakout. It is early though, but I do see it here. PINS. There's a nice big gap up. Not sure why. Price target maintained with a $48 share price by Piper Sandler. I think they've been over this one before too. So they're pretty aggressive with a $48 price target for pins, PINS. The next high looking left is 37.57. So wow. I mean, there's room. Obviously, there is room. If it can take out that high right there of 37.57, I'm gonna stick an alert just a little bit underneath that, see if it gets. Now it's a big float, guys. So I mean, it's hard for me to believe that it's going to take that out, but it's a big float, 587 million. Whoa, guys! Whoa, whoa, whoa! Look at a lab, ALAB. Look at a lab here now. Another all-time high. It just started trading. It was an IPO 5 days ago. 5 days ago, an IPO. Super, super, super successful. Look at this. Again, all about the being in completely and utterly the right sector, semi, AI, and deals with NVIDIA. So, I mean, it had so many things going for it. Boy, if I were a private company right now wanting to go public and I was a semi or anything, I'd be itching right now to do it. I mean, right now, we haven't seen an IPO like this for a while. Probably, since ARM really. All right. All right, MKC. Now, could this get interesting? There's the next high on the daily chart right there, just a little bit below or above the current price of 76. And the next high on the weekly chart is 76.43. If it can somehow take out that, then the next high is 80. And this is an earnings play, guys. So keep an eye on McCormick. This could get wild. I mean, if it gets through the 76.43, there's still a ton of room on the weekly chart. You can see what happened. It got through the 200-day moving average. That blue line on the daily chart, that's the 200-day moving average. It's showing up on my the combo scan. All right, guys, Reddit now, RDDT. This is, well, it's an all-time high, of course. We don't count the pre-market or post-market, but that is the high in the post-market, and it is right there also. And there's Donut on the way down, guys. Donut on the way down. DNUT. And again, if you're a little less conservative than me, GDS. Now, this showed up on the 10-day daily breakdown. The alert was at 686, 638 now, and the next one left looks like around 6. Okay, so 6 could hold it. All right, guys. Well, Reddit getting closer. In fact, I think it just did. I just put a price target for Reddit at 70, and I think it is there now. Yes, it is. I mean, listen, it made so much sense that this would happen. The only surprising thing to me was this day. That was the only surprising thing for me. It made so much sense that this, could happen. Reddit, of course, is the birth of the meme stocks, and what better to meme than this one? Man, man, oh man, oh man. Um, Obviously, we have no idea where it's going. There's no resistance other than people wanting to take profit. But other than that, of course, there's no short resistance for Reddit or DDT. You talk about a couple of we haven't seen now. Look, I don't want to lump Reddit in with a lab, okay? But look at these two IPOs, guys. And wait to see the like. I want to see the next one that is in this range. I usually shy away from these. I only like the crazy low float ones. Come out around 4 or 5. But boy, if this IPO market it really heats up like this. All right, how about Tandem? What's Tandem doing? TNDM, TNDM. All right, guys. So CDLX. This is wow. This is just getting creamed here now. Absolutely getting creamed here, guys. I do see this is also an AI play, 1387 on the alert. The next low looking left is Scott Room on the daily chart, 1280, 13 or so. Make it exact. 1290 is the next low looking left. All right, guys. CDLX, CDLX. It's got a little. It still has a little bit of room. 1290. I said was the next low looking left. All right, Prax, Prax. This is what news do they have? They had some news, I believe. This is mid-stage data for epilepsy candidate. Okay, phase 2A. The other one was phase 1/2A, I believe. The other one we looked at. So this is a big gap up on that news. Volume is not huge. I mean, the relative volume is great, 28 times normal, but the absolute volume is not great. What's the spread like? 64. Yeah, the spread is sort of making it untradeable. I know it's an AI alert, but look at the spread right here, guys. 64.50. It's almost a dollar spread. Now that won't matter if it goes up $5 or $6, but if we don't know that, so that is making it a little bit tough to commit. CDLX, guys, CDLX though from the AI is looking awesome. Okay, still has some room down to about the 13 level. 1290 is the low, but watch at the 13. What did I mean? It got right there, guys. Right 13, the whole number may have stalled it. And there's the alert, 1387. If you have our AI, this is what I would do. Just click on new and then pick the middle one that says premium AI strategy trades window. In my opinion, that's all you need to really follow. Okay. And wait for the alerts to happen. The earliest alert would be at 9:40. The earliest alert today was at 9:44. So what I'm trying to say is really doesn't nothing happens in the pre-market. All right, what happened to MPTI when it opened? So it halted at 29.29, so it's at 28 now. And earnings play next low on the weekly chart anyway. It still has room. Wait a minute, I'm wrong. 27.73. So it actually looked like it got right down into that 27.50. So that weekly high right there kind of held it. It was a short call from the AI. Yes, straight. Yes, it was. So CGC, you guys been talking about CGC. So I was having wow. Yeah, no kidding. No kidding. So a lot of profit taking yesterday, obviously, and little bleak this morning. Saw this in the pre-market. But man, what a move here, guys. Americans overwhelmingly support cannabis banking reform. So last week's high, well, of course, that was yesterday's high too, 787. Basically eight. Somehow it takes out eight today. This could get rolling again. I'm just going to put a price alert in that area because you can see right over here, there are a couple of highs on the weekly, right around 830. Now, if it takes that out, that is when it can really get crazy. I mean, it was already crazy last week, but it even get crazier. Give me a moment, please. I'll be right back. Okay, so now the NUVB. Let's take a look at this one, NUVB. And this has some, let's see, I have to check a monthly chart now. We're at 270 now. So the next highs, there's one at 312. So it's got a little bit of, I don't know, maybe has a little too much resistance between here and three, maybe. All right. Well, Mizo, I see your shady is in the Mizo. Mizo is actually an AI play too. So let's take a look. For me, it would have to take out three, say 303 or so. It does have some room. High in the pre-market was 332. And of course, if you look left, let's take a look on the weekly chart. 319 is the high. So got some room. Not what I would call a lot of room, but hey, we have to see what happens if it can take out three. Meso, MESO. We don't have any float information on it for some reason. This is out of Australian stocks. So, yeah, sometimes I don't know why, but sometimes when these are non-U.S. stocks, sometimes our float information gets all messed up. Guys, so let's take a look at. So right now, the star has been CDLX from our AI guys. We had an alert that 1387 to short got down to 13, where I kind of thought it might stall. 1290 it got down to 1303. I think, yeah, right to 13, that whole number. And right underneath that is 1290. So that would have been a great area to take some profit, in my opinion. Whoa, look at this one, guys. So, you guys talk about this? Anybody pop this one in? NGVC, Natural Grocers, NGVC, big, absolutely no action in the pre-market at all, none, zero. And market open though, there's in fact, there's a 930 candle, little bit of a pop, but look at this 945 candle, NGVC. All right, well, the donut popped again, guys. DNUT. It actually given an interesting short early. I didn't take it, but so it did. There's DNUT. I track for record percent increase, 21%. Funny, well, it's not a huge float, 84 million in the float, not a huge float. Meanwhile, some big profit taking now in the A lab. I think this was shortable too. Yeah, didn't really consider it. I was doing other stuff, but yeah, A lab shortable interactive brokers. So where is the VWAP? It's 90.21, so it's below the VWAP now. I'm going to see if it can back over. Over 90. I want to see if it can get back over 90. All right, guys. So MKC now. So it is above that little high on the daily chart. A little bit above it, that red line. Okay. Well, actually, it's just below it again. The high in that daily chart is about 76.15. That's what that red line designates. So I'm going to stick an alert just a little bit above that and see if it keeps going. This is an earnings play. It's also coming from the combo stand. If it can take that out, 76.43 is the next high in the weekly chart, but it's all about this. 80 is the next high after that. If it can break through that. Not too many earnings plays. Okay, so Mizo struggling to get through three. Big topping tail now. So guys, I hope you took some profit on the CDLX. If you took that short from the AI, around the 13, even if you got in around 1380, you got right down to 13. All right, PAGS, guys, PAGS. This is on the move here. PAGS, haven't seen this one for a while. very choppy looking trader on the daily chart, but it had an amazing run on the weekly from seven. Well, not amazing, I guess it's about 3 months. For a lot of people, $15 or a double in 3 months would be great. Yeah. Okay, Darren. So what you have to do, okay, there's the guys, there's the MKC, big level right here. So the issue is if you take a look at your filter, it probably has one of them checked. Okay. Just go in that in that particular window, go to your filter and uncheck anything you've got there. That's the reason. Okay. So again, here's your filter, and probably one of them is checked. Just uncheck it. But don't forget to save your work. Okay. Anything you do, I mean, even something like that, if you don't save it, it'll happen again tomorrow. Okay. So make sure you just save your work at the end of the day. Okay. So you're talking, Thomas. You're talking about on a chart, right? You're talking about on a price chart. So I put a price alert here. We put a price alert right there for a lab. So setting price, okay, if you know how to do it on an alert window, it's virtually the same way. So here's my price alert window, okay? And you just right click and actions, go to actions, and then click the play sound. So it's exactly the same as on an alert window. The play sound, set up the sound. You can, if you want text to speech. So you see what happened. Otherwise, use custom sound, okay? And then here are the three folders that we've got with sound alerts in them. You can, check one, click on one pin action, okay? Open it, then you can play it. If you like it, then you say okay a couple of times, and that'll attach the sound to the window you're trying to attach the sound to. Okay. It should save as default, but I would, Darren, I would always though save your work at the end. Okay. If you file, exit, I can't do it because it may destroy my link to Interactive Brokers. So exit, and it's going to say, do you want to load this layout again the next time? So any changes you've made, any changes you've made anyway should be saved. Yeah, Fox, and keep asking you guys who are out there. First of all, welcome to the room if you're new to the room. But if you have a question, don't be shy. Ask a question. Okay, this is a trading room, but it's a support room at the same time. Okay, so just ask a question. I can help. Glad to. If I don't have the answer, I'll try to direct the question to somebody who does, especially if it's an accounting issue. I don't have access to your account, so well, also, William, they should have mentioned. And you know what? Down the road, we really want to do something with NVIDIA. Then you got it all covered. All right, guys, 10:05. So this has got halted. QH got halted. Looks like it got halted. Yeah, under wow. Remember this was popping in the pre-market. I don't think we could find any news on this. I couldn't anyway. Popped in the pre-market, and now look at it. And it's halted on the way down. QH halted on the way down. And again, if you want this presentation of a top list, okay, the way it looks here, with the symbols are basically in your face, like look at me, look at me, look at me. You have a top, this is just a top list window, okay? And notice I've got an option that says show tree map. I uncheck it, and it just looks like a normal top list window. But if I want it presented in the other way, which I much rather prefer, then you have to have this option when you right click on your top list window that says show tree map. If you do not have that option, all you have to do is download the latest beta. And you can do that. And you can do that by going to my home page. Oops, got the trade items home page. Okay, so again, I'm going to go over my home page in more detail in about 20 minutes. But again, if you're looking for this presentation of a top list, you have to be on the latest beta. Okay, so if you click on the, I just put my homepage link in, and if you click on it, this is what you're going to see. I just scroll up to a little bit to the top here where it says download, and download the latest beta. The beta is fine. Okay. All right, guys, MKC. I mentioned this one. If it took out the 76.43, so it's on the move here, guys. On the move. And it's an earnings play, and now it's got a little bit of room to 80.41 on the weekly chart. Not saying it's going to get there. All right, Mizo now. It did take the pop. It dropped quite a bit, well, quite a bit, 275, over three again. There is the next high looking left, 319. So it's got to take that out. If it can take that out, it certainly has some room. It did show up in the combo scan. I'm going to go over this scan in a bit. Wow, I'm not in the CBLX anymore, but look at this. It had the pull up, and then now it's dropped again. Not in it anymore. Big level for it to try to get through. 1275. If it gets through that, 1175 is the next low looking left. So I'm going to stick on a Chrysler around that level. I might get back into it. Well, I mean, the Reddit float, you're asking about the Reddit float. And I did notice that it was something underneath 22 million. We have, oh no, there it is. So, I mean, what did I think they released 22 million, right? So that looks like about right. 23 million, 22 million. Okay. All right, guys. GDS continues to move down. This was in the 10-day daily break down earlier, and now it's also in the combo scan. A little bit later. Okay, now I see why William was talking about the DTSS guys. So I didn't even notice it was halted. So it got halted, resumed, as William said. Going to put a lot of stuff in here into the 5G AI multimodal communications agreement. Okay, so you can see that Mizo is still kind of struggling at 3 level. It did pop through it, but still kind of struggling to maintain over 3. I mean, it did get up to 323, but it came right back down to 3. So, Robbie, are you talking when you say, excuse me, okay, I'll answer your question, Fox. No, there isn't. This is the only place we have news, okay? Within Trade Ideas, okay? So, can you not? So, this is from Robbie in our YouTube room. Can you not use the AI with simulator trading in the brokerage account? So, are you talking about auto trading? There's no more auto trading the AI, if that's what you're talking about. Okay. I mean, obviously, you can use you can trade any AI just like you can trade any stock you see here or anything from an alert window, any scan you've got, you can trade it in the simulator. But if you're talking about auto trading, no, no more auto trading at all. Okay. Just one moment, please. 32 cents. You're going to buy some at 32 cents. Okay. Dr. William talking about QH. So I'd be watching Reddit RDDT for a 70 break and see if it gets above 70 again. We've got a bunch of bottoming tails now. Okay, we have these bottoming tails, and the sellers took this down to 63. Buyers closed it here at 67. Sellers took it down again. These are 15-minute candles down to what 65. Buyers close it at 68 again. So I mean, there's a war right now, of course, between the buyers and the sellers, just like there is virtually for every stock. Third time lucky, Shady, on the sound, I guess. I'm trying to. I know you were in it a few times. Give me a moment, guys. Oh, okay, I guess you must have taken profit pretty quickly because I I was looking at your stock prices, but good for you. Good for you. MKC guys, MKC, keep an eye on it. As long as it holds above this level right there, 76.43, it's right there. It could have a run. Okay, there's a weekly high, 76.43. You can see it's right at it. It is a combo, it's in the combo scan. All right, guys. Yes, Mizo. I am in it now. Okay, I'm in it now. I wanted to see if it could take this out right here. They took it out. It's the next high looking left is 344. If it can somehow take that out, 354. I mean, this is what traders are looking at. The possibility. I'm not. Nobody is saying it's getting up to 840, but it's got to take this out in a big way. This 344. That is an AI alert. Also, you can see the alert was at 298. And this also showed up in the combo scan. What time is it now? I think I'll go over what you can find on my homepage and the new promo codes. Okay. Of course, we've got new promo codes. All right. So you'll see now when you click on the to subscribe, actually, I'll go to my homepage. You can click on the to subscribe, but I'm also going to show my homepage here as a separate link. Give me a moment, guys. Okay. So when you click on my homepage link, so what you're going to find. So obviously do not use this promo code, okay? If you want, what is it now? 23 Barry, 23 Barry will get you 23% off the first month only, okay? And 25 Barry will get you 25% off a yearly, okay? I forgot to, okay. Unfortunately, when I copy those in, I forgot to copy the yearly. Okay. Now we are having a price increase April 1st. If you're a current subscriber, don't worry. You are grandfathered in. Okay, as long as you maintain your subscription, there will be no price increase for you. If you don't have a subscription now, and you're thinking about it, this is probably about the best time you can do it because right now we've got a good promo on for the first month only or the entire year, and then that will lock you in also to the current monthly and yearly rate. Okay, so again, the promo code to use, I put it in here. 23 Barry for 23% off the first month only, or 25 Barry for 25% off the yearly. Okay. If you do take out a subscription, you must do the get started. Okay, it'll take you about 10 minutes, 30 minutes. Sorry, 30 minutes to get through these short videos. Starts off with a download and install, first startup and login, down to important introduction to scans and top list windows, alert windows, etc. Okay, one moment. Okay, so that is, so you have to do that. It's a software program like any other software program, bit of a learning curve, but we try to make it fairly simple here, outlining all the important, I wouldn't, you know what, I say this all the time. I would get rid of the doc layout. I don't think that's important to know. That's sort of an advanced topic. You don't have to ever do a doc layout. Okay. If you are new to trading, Trading 101, Trading 101, great series of videos for you. This is all free. In fact, Michael Noss he put these together, and he'll be in our YouTube room between 12 and 1. I'll explain how you can get into that YouTube room between 12 and 1. That's when I take my break. I do a daily stock of the day video, free of course. Trade of the week is free. You'll get it before the market opens Monday mornings. If you sign up for it and you don't feel you're getting it, please check your spam folder. And if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. So before I talk about I'll get to the education section. All I ask is this: if you're going to take out a subscription, use my promo code. Okay, right now the 23 Barry or the 25 Barry, depending on whether you're on a month or a yearly subscription. This will really go a long way to keeping this room free. The room gets credit for any subscription using my code. Okay, and this is the education section right here. Here's our user guide. We have a great user guide. Here's that getting started again. Now, if you're looking for a lot more detail about what an alert window is, or a top list window, or looking about stock raising, and now you know how I love to put price alerts. But if you're looking for something else, okay, more than likely you can find it in the guide. Sound alerts, you want to put a sound alert on an alert window or your price alert window, or here. Usually, if it's usually all the important information is session. Okay, so a lot of times, I don't mind answering questions, but a lot of times you'll find it in the guide, and it's always good to know that the guide's here because I may answer a question, but you may hear how to put a price alert on a chart, or maybe you do it today and then next week you forget. So at least you've got the guide as a reference. Okay. Speaking of price alerts, there's the Reddit RDDT over 70 again. So again, in the education section on my homepage, there's a user guide, there's a getting started, and daily support. So I do take a break between 12 and 1 Eastern time. One of the other traders takes over for me in our YouTube room. And today's Tuesday, so it should be Michael Noss. I will confirm that before I take my break, and I'll also put the YouTube link in the main room so you can head over and listen to Michael, okay? think it's a good idea to go over while I take my break 5 days of the week. 5 different traders take over for me in YouTube. We all have different trading styles and we all have different scans that we're sharing. So I think it's a good idea to listen to another point of view. Michael is way more, well, I'm not a swing trader really at all, but he's way more of a swing trader. And last, if you are looking for my scan, so you click on my homepage link and scroll down to the center section. Here are the current scans that I'm sharing. So there's a combo scan that I do talk about. Okay, that's the bottom right-hand column. Here's the CDLX. Right there, guys. Man, is that ever a great. Been a little bit choppy, around the 13 level, but it's making its way down again. What you can't see, okay, on the price alert, I minimize this window. I minimize the window, and when I get a price alert, the window pops up on my screen. I think that's the way to use it. You do not have to have it up, and you don't have to have it taking up any screen space. I have the screen space, but why would I do that? I'd rather have it pop up on my window, on my monitor, and I will not miss it. This is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market act is up and down. I use it like this. When I say like this, I have the presentation looks like this as opposed to a grid. So if you load it, if you look at this right now, you'll see it more looking like this. Just as there's a top list window. It looks like this. You want to turn it into a display that looks like this. You must have when you right click on the top list window, you must have this option that says Show Tree Map. And in order to have that, you have to download the latest data. There's the Alt Resume. It can be a very active little scan. I like the daily breakouts and downs. Okay, not too many alerts. This is them right there. So far, only one of the breakdown. 686 for GDS, 612 now is a suggestion to short. And these are the ones to go long. Suggestions to go long. As you can see, not too many alerts. So if you have any questions about any of my scans, you can always ask me. In order to see information about, so let's say you had a scan. Well, first of all, just up this a little bit. All right, so I'm looking. The MKC guy is still very interesting to me. It took a little jog down to the 76 level approximately, but it's still toying with that weekly high. Okay, let me show you what I'm talking about. Okay, there's that high right there at 76.43. It popped up, got up to 76.81. Boy, there's the A lab again, guys, overnight. Now it's been choppy. It's been very, very choppy. Look at the bottoming tails, some topping tails. So you got to be careful on this one right now. Like to see it settle down a little bit. If you're interested in taking this trade, of course. All right. So, what is Trade Ideas? We are a scanner. All right. If you're new to this product, first of all, welcome to the room. If you're new to the room, this is the format. Monday to Friday between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. Eastern Time, sharing my screen and live on the mic. Okay. So, if you're new to Trade Ideas, we are a scanner. So, what do I mean by that? This is an alert window that I'm sharing this one. If you go to my home page, it's called Momo. If I right click on it and click on Configure, and then click on Summary. And this is basically how you can find what any type of scan is looking for. So in this particular case, this is the screening aspect of the scan. There are a lot of screening programs out there, but where we are excellent at is real-time alerting. So in this particular scan, looking for stocks are between $1 and $100. The current volume is at least 3, meaning it's trading at least 3 times normal up to this time of day, 10:30 Eastern Time. Okay, it is time of day sensitive. This gives it the momentum. This is why it's called a momentum stock. So if the volume in the last minute is at least 1,000% of normal, in 5 minutes it's 400% of normal, etc. If all of these filter values are met and the stock makes a new high for the day, we get a real-time alert. So that's why the last one was at 10:26 plus 11 seconds. ECVT had all these filter requirements and made a new high for the day. That was at 10:82. Since then, no other stock has met all the requirements. Okay, that's how it works. Hmm. Bitcoin's taking a bit of a header here, guys. Down underneath 70,000 again. So if you like the scan the way I've constructed it, great. But of course, if you took a scan, and any scan that I've got, you may not like this price range. Of course, you can change it. You may not like something else about it. You can change it. I'm not trying to say this is the only way to trade. Now, if you do want to create your own scan, of course you can. See how that happened, guys? I had it for some reason. I had an alert for STRC, and a price alert window popped up on my screen. I saw it on the trigger time column, so I'm going to see it right at the top. And I also put a sound alert on it. The only reason I put a sound alert is because sometimes I do wander away from my computer. I've got a wireless headset, and so I can come rushing back in, and that's with any alert window that I got. The whole idea of sound alerts is to put a different sound on the different windows. So when I hear a sound, I know which window to look at. Now this is unique because it's going to pop up on my screen. Yeah, Baba, I saw that news this morning about the guy, the founder of WeWork, wanting to get back involved in it. Yes, I did see that. So if you want to create your own scan, of course you can, but understand, I am sharing a lot of scans. We have a lot of scans here. If you click on new and then dock channel bar, they're all theme-based channels. There are a lot of scans there. The different traders that take over for me between 12 and 1, they have scans. So it's possible that you would never have to build a scan from scratch. Possible. But if you're a seasoned trader and you're looking to build your own scan, well, instead of clicking on summary this time, I'm going to click on search. So, two most popular, right at the very top, the new high of the day and the new low of the day. These icons, these all represent real-time alerts. Okay. Now, if I scroll down, these icons are the filters, the screeners. Now, again, do not get hung up on how many we've got. You do not have to learn them all. I only use a handful of them. I have a certain trading style. I only use a handful of them. It doesn't mean that the ones I don't use are bad. It just means, it doesn't meet my trading style. That's all it means. But if you scroll down through this, and you know what a standard deviation breakout is, maybe you want to, try this one. But, I just want to make sure you don't have to learn them all. So don't think that, oh my gosh, this program is so hard to learn. How am I going to learn all this? You don't have to learn everything. Okay, you don't have to learn everything that's in the user guide. You don't have to know what every single alert and filter means. And again, the only reason there's so many is because when the company started over 20 years ago, they felt that most people probably would not want to have to learn a programming language in order to create a scan. So that's why they had to create so many different, real-time alerts and filters so that the majority of our customers could combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for. Okay. Okay, guys, MKC is a big deal taking out that 7640 level. Okay, so there is now, if you are an intraday trader like myself, your number one goal is to find stocks that are trading abnormally. Okay, that should be anyway your number one goal. So this window that you see here that I still do not have in my homepage, but I can give this to you. But again, you have to have the ability to click on Show Tree Map. Okay, it's just a top list window. This is what it looks like a normal top list window. And you click on Show Tree Map, and it's going to now listen. If you don't like this, if you like it as a top list window in the grid format, of course you can use it like that. Do I recommend using the bouncers toppers? It's not a matter of, I mean, try it. I don't use it because I'm not great at finding stocks that are bouncing or stocks that are, maybe topping out. But I have it on my home page. You can take a look at it. That's not my specialty, but certainly, I mean, that's why I created it. All sorts of different trading styles. It's on my homepage list, Darren. Okay, so go to my homepage, click on my homepage on that homepage link, and then when you sorry, scroll down, you see my scans. Click here, and it's right at the bottom. Bouncers toppers. Okay. Look, I don't have all these windows open. There's no way I could. Okay, and neither should you. You do not want to overwhelm yourself with alerts all day long. You'll get nothing done. Okay. I have them here because again, there are all sorts of different trading styles. You can always just take one and take a look at it. If you like it, great. The gap continuation or reversal scan is a great scan. I haven't used it for a while. There's a possibility if one of my other scans I didn't, think it was really producing as well as I like, I could bring this one back and start using it again. But right now, I don't have them all open. Okay, big deal now for MKC to try to take out 77, guys, in my opinion, anyway. Well, there is some severe profit taking now for ALAD. So let's take a look just briefly. Okay, we got like the top three, and that's how I had them sorted, using the AI. I did take this one earlier, CDLX. I'm not in it anymore. So I wish I were. There was the alert. I don't mind showing this now if you're a premium subscriber. I'm not displaying, I don't want to display the AI alerts, obviously, because if you pay for the service, that's not fair. But look at that, 1387 on the alert, 1216. Now, as I was saying, the 13 level, it struggled at the beginning, popped up. But look at it now, and if it takes out this area here, 1175, look underneath, it's got a ton of room still. All right, I'm breaking up again. All right, listen, I'm going to keep talking. Maybe it'll clear up on its own. I'll keep my fingers crossed. If it doesn't, then I'll do that little thing I can do within the. It's okay on yet. Okay, so that's interesting. So it's okay on YouTube. So it's just. So let me try that fix that I sometimes is going to work. Okay, so let me do the fix. So you're going to lose me for about 10 seconds or so. All right, guys, fingers crossed. Let's hope that in the main room you guys can hear me well. Yeah, it usually takes a bit, okay? It usually takes a bit. When I start talking, then it usually clears up. Okay. All right. Yeah, well just keep telling me, guys, all day long. If the sound is distorted, I know there's nothing worse than trying to listen to somebody and it's all scratchy, etc. I know what I'd be doing. I'd be leaving. So so back to what I was talking about, okay? If you are an intraday trader, even if you're a swing trader, though, you probably might want to find a stock that's really doing well today, and then you make up your mind if you want to hold it as a swing trade. So this this window right here, this screen right here, this shows you all the stock, 76% up from yesterday's close, Mizo, et cetera, et cetera. So these are in your face, showing you the ones that are up the most. Okay. Now it doesn't mean that you click on the alert and you just pile into the trade. But though that I mean, look at this. The relative volume for STOK is 414. This means that it is trading 414 times normal up to this time of day. Obviously pretty spectacular. Okay. And that's what you'll probably find with most of these. Now, the other way I find stocks that are trading abnormally is, see, does this trade vol? Yeah, look at this. So surprised it's not showing. Yeah, well, it showed up earlier in the combo scan. Now, it didn't work. Well, that sort of worked. But I wouldn't call this a this. I would not call this a big winner. But you can see the combo scan. What it does is it takes a look at stocks that are really trading abnormally volume wise. So volume wise, also option wise. So I mean, this or it's traded 4,600 contracts so far, and that represents 13,000%, 130 times normal. Okay, so that's obviously really, really abnormal action for STOK. So the fact that it, moved up and then came down doesn't mean, like, I'd be watching this all day long to see if it has a rebound. So, maybe find a level that it could rebound. Maybe coming into the VWAP 1195. Now it's below it, but I use this like a watch list. So here's the donut. Okay, this is in the combo scan. So the combo scan, what the combo scan is looking for are stocks that are making 10-day daily breakouts plus with high relative volume. Doesn't have to be 79, but donut has high relative volume plus trades options, a little over 20,000 contracts. That's 74 times normal. 74 times normal. Okay, so I mean that's why if all you did was take a look at these stocks here. You're not going to get too many over the course of the day. And it doesn't mean you just pile into the trade the minute you get the alert. But find a way, if you click on the alert, maybe you're more of a pullback trader. You want to see it pull back to a certain moving average, maybe to the VWAP, or maybe it sets up well, even at the high of the day because it's still got room. That's why you've got to practice trading. Okay. And what the program is called Trade Ideas. And that's what it does. It generates ideas, but if you click on an alert and you're looking at these charts and you have no idea what the chart is telling you, that's why you've got to practice trading. And the trading 101 that's on my homepage, the 38 videos, all free. And again, I think it's a great series of videos if you're brand new to trading. I don't know, the forever high. I don't know. I mean, it's now shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. It was shortable yesterday. Not that I wanted to short it yesterday, of course, but come on. And we see breakout over 77. That's all I'm waiting for now, guys. A minute, but I want to see if we can break over 77. Will CDLX bounce? Yeah, obviously it could bounce. It's just a matter of I'm just not good at it. But I mean, it bounced off 12. Could have maybe somewhat predicted a bounce in that area. When you look at the daily chart, the low is around 1184 or so. And what did it get down to? Got down to 12. So in this area, and this is kind of a whole number bounce. Okay, let's see. So we have another halt. Oh, this is okay. So this is a SPAC, guys. Okay, I don't care about the day these come out. So we have D. This is is this an IPO? DXYZ. Looks like this is an IPO, guys. Is it possible this is an IPO? I don't recall putting this on as an IPO. No, I don't know any. I don't understand what this is really. I don't know if it's a blank check company or give me one moment. All right. Let's see. So Reddit, yeah, Reddit continues. Reddit. Let's take a look at if there is some kind of a support level. I mean, it's still up $5. Okay, so the low today was 63. Let's see what happens there. So you see what I did? Just go. So you want to put a price alert on a chart? You just go to the area. You can eyeball it. Great. If not, if I want to put a price alert, you see what I'm doing? I'm moving my pointer, and there's a dotted line that follows. Now, if you're on the web-based version, not well, we got one new chart going here, okay, and it's not a dotted line; it's just a solid line. Here it's a dotted line. So if I put a price alert, if I want to put a price alert at say 63.80, I just right click, create the price alert, and of course I can make a change. I want to make it 64. Let's do that. 64. I typically do not put any notes in if it's just intraday alerts that I'm interested in. Save it, and you see there's a blue line now on my chart. So if Reddit gets down to that level, my price alert window will pop up on my screen. I cannot miss it. That's a weird one. Draw. That is a weird one for the DXYZ. So so close for the MKC. So that was a great bounce actually for the CDLX. CDLX, a great bounce. So wasn't somebody trying to do, was it one of those, it wasn't Icon, but it was somebody else? Weren't they trying to introduce sort of rival to the SPACs? Was it Icon? Oh, okay. Or Ackman. I didn't think it was Icon, but maybe it was. But I've got one person saying Icon, Asa saying Icon, and Draw, you're saying Ackman. So who's right? Maybe you're both right. Okay, so it's Ackman. Yeah, I think he months ago he was talking about the months ago he was talking about creating a rival to the SPACs last year. Yeah. Well, CGC, you're saying it's in the highs, so it hasn't triggered though for me. It hasn't, it's not at 8 yet, is it? Not quite. Well, it's basically untradeable though. Look at the spread, 17.50. Well, there you go, 17. It was even worse. It was like 17, 19. I'm not touching it. Well, that is severe profit taking for the A lab. That's about a $20 drop from the high, I think. 95, not quite. Yeah, almost though. I know data was an or is an earnings play, guys. DADA is an earnings play. On the way down, next low looking left. Yeah, too close. $2. Lots of shares available. Short, but not interested. Sparks, that's what it is. Sparks, that's right. Not SPACs, but Sparks. But has there been one yet? How Spark differs from SPAC? Has there actually been one yet? Yeah, I haven't seen one. Cannabis play here, guys. SNDL, cannabis play, SNDL was ripping. Now coming now, if it can break through, still to me it doesn't have enough room. There's the high right there. You can see that red line. That is the next high looking left on a daily chart. You just can't see it. I'd have to zoom out, but that is what it is. But even if it broke through that, 215 looks like there's too much resistance. So for me, that's just not enough room for it to move. Well, you know what, guys? I didn't take this one, but Donut from the combo scan, the alert was at 1576, and it broke through this. The next high is 1622. Or if you're talking TSLL, that must be because Tesla is starting to move higher. Yeah, okay. You know what? I mean, this is a obviously if again, this is an ETF designed. If you don't want to buy Tesla, at whatever the price it is now, a cheaper version of this, and it's 1.5. So what does that mean? 9.72. So if we go to Tesla, it's going to be a little over like 4 points. Well, you're going to see TSLA. I'm sorry, 1.5, 6.34. So if I multiply 1.5 times that, you get that other percentage, and they look alike. They look exactly alike. One moment, please. Okay, guys. Sorry about that. So anyway, yeah. So if you don't want to, if you want to spend $183 to buy Tesla, you can do this TSLL. And it's 1.5 times. Okay, so if you took that whatever that was 6%, multiply that by 1.5, you get the 9.6. Okay, and usually it's yeah. I mean, there's plenty of it's very liquid. Not saying to do that, but there's an option for you to do that. USIO. Well, didn't see this one at all. Look at this. USIO has earnings after hours yesterday. USIO. However, looking left, I hate it. Look at this. All this potential resistance looking left on the weekly chart for USIO. Of course, if you're wondering, well, why am I showing you that? I had no idea, of course, until I clicked on the alert. I don't know what I'm going to see. This YCBD, this used to be a pretty active one, guys. Haven't seen this one for a while. Poking above $1 again, YCBD. Only a low float. Yeah, 2.6 million in the float. So I guess this is in the sector. And a video. Butcher the pronunciation, but guys, this is a great. I want to show you the CDLX. Okay, yeah, it was a great bounce. Sarika, is there any chance? Well, yeah. So here was the alert. Okay, at 1387, and look what it got down to before it finally popped up. 1387. So this was an AI alert to short at 1387. That's where the alert price was. Okay, and you don't have to take it right there, but regardless, you got down to 12, almost $12. Okay, right down to $12. Obviously, a great short. If you were running the AI in auto fashion, and we're going to get out where the AI got out of this trade, you would have got out at 1362. Okay, 1362. Terrible. I mean, quite frankly, it would have been terrible if you had, and that is why, we're not, we don't think that auto trading the AI was really the way to go. I know we allowed it. We don't allow it anymore. Way better to manage the exits on your own. You would have, so I mean, from 1387, and I'm not saying you would have got out, we'd have got in right here with 1387 on the short and got right out at 1202, but somewhere around here for sure, not waiting for it to get, back up to 13, whatever the AI got out of it, 1362. Okay. Well, that's a great, people ask, well, why are you not allowing us to auto trade the AI? Because it's way better, to manage the exits on your, even the entry. Sometimes the entry is a little early. You know what, guys? One moment, guys. I don't think he's in the room right now, John. Wow, I did not take donut, but boy, donut. I guess if I can guess myself on it. And the high up here, I mean, it's still got room. The high on the weekly is around 1623, so it's got a little bit of room. And so we had the alert at 1576 from the in the combo scan. But if you looked at it from the breakout, the you could have got it at 1524. Now that would have been very early, 9:30. Okay. And the reason why it wouldn't show up in the combo scan at that time is that not all the filter values were met. It really all depends on how aggressive you want to be. How early you want to take trades and things like that. Well, what do you think? Donuts and Cannabis, they go together, right? Poor old, you know what? Those of you who live in Vancouver, yeah, I think, Canada Goose for me, I mean, it was an awesome, I still have about three of their jackets. I mean, they're really, really good, but the bloom is off. I mean, the bloom is really, really off. And what was its high? I got up to 72, I think, back here. This is back in, yeah, 2018. The bloom is off, guys. Canada Goose is not doesn't have the same appeal. But there is a company in Vancouver, those of you who live in Vancouver area, called Actrix, which reminds me a lot of Canada Goose at the beginning. And I wonder if they'll ever try to go public. I've got a couple of their jackets, and they are very, very good. All right, guys. Well, the NUVB, again, it's an AI alert. 260, you can see right there. 285 now. It's a great. Oops. I don't have to check that one here. No, I don't want Firefox to do anything. Well, guys, I've taken some off of this MKC. It just doesn't want to take out 77 yet. So, I haven't done great on it. I mean, it's an expensive stock. I was hoping it would get through 77 and maybe make a run at that 80 level. But so, I didn't get in at the alert price, with 75.63. So, I mean, from that price, it did okay, but little disappointed. It's got to hold that other weekly high. If it doesn't, I'm out completely. That weekly high, and the monthly, let me get to the weekly. That weekly high right there of 76.43. You guys been talking about AMD going nuts. I'm assuming it's going nuts on the way up. Yeah, no kidding. Pre-market high was up here at around 181. If there's any reason for this, I don't see any reason. It's been in a steady slide from 227, so that's a big drop. If that was an all-time high, I would think that would be an all-time high. Okay, guys, give me a moment. Just want to confirm that it'll be Michael Noss in our YouTube room when I take my break at noon. Oh, there's some stocks I've just never seen before. INZY, 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 Enzyme Pharma. I don't think I've ever really seen this one before. All right, guys, out of the MKC. The only way I'll take it again is if it gets back over 77. It gets to 77. I have some price alerts set up in that area. NVEI. Now this one, I haven't seen this one for a while. This is look at this daily chart for NVEI chopping up, down, up, down, up, down, and the big down, and then something's happened today. Earnings were on the 5th, so it would have been back here. Something happened on this day. I don't know what. On the 18th of March, something happened to give this a massive bounce. And the next looking left for this one is this red line, which looks like around 31.45. If it can take that out, it's got some room to 34.76. There's any news on this one today? I don't see any specific news today, unless other than BMO raising its target from 33 to 33 from 28, so it's almost there now. Okay, so Ronan, what you have to do now, it may, okay, first of all, hopefully you can hear me. It may slow your system down a little, depending on how many charts you want to do this on, okay? So if you right click on your chart, any chart, right click on it and see where it says use browser interface. Click on that, use browser interface. Once you do that, then you'll have the ability to put a little chart in, okay? Let me do it here. Right click, use browser interface. Hopefully it doesn't slow me down. Okay. So the next step is you see right up here, there's a little icon that shows a little chart and chart. Hopefully you can see what I'm doing. Little chart and chart. Click on it and give it a bit because eventually you're going to see a little right arrow. They should make it a lot. You see how jumpy this is right now. You know what? I'm going to have to get out of it. This used to happen when I would do it midday, intraday. I would change from the normal charge, but it hasn't happened for a while. Okay, I'm gonna have to get rid of this. So you have to, okay, so go to your chart, okay, and right click, and then click on use browser interface. And when you do that, there's a little icon up here, chart and like a little chart and chart icon. Click on that, and then eventually you will see a little arrow on the right, and you click on that, and then you start to get your chart and chart, and then you can change it. So I've got a 15-minute chart here and a daily. I can change it if I want to a weekly or whatever I want. I'll leave it on the daily. Okay. Okay, Ronan, were you able to do it? Yeah, donut continues to move here, guys. Donut, DNUT, continues to move here. Oh, that high right there, I mean, it's approaching it. 1622. And then if it, well, I got to change it to a daily chart. Well, I'm not going to give up, I guess, on the MKC, guys. If it, again, if it gets to 77 and beyond, I'll probably get back into that long for MKC. The other cannabis play, guys, just over a whole number, FLGC. FLGC, just over a whole number. The high yesterday was 217, so that's pretty close. I think a lot of the cannabis plays are going to look like that. So the question is, what is the difference between using the browser interface charts versus? Hmm, I mean, okay, obviously the chart and chart, that's probably the big difference. You can also, if you want, I don't because I don't need all this data up here, but you can have this is not customizable though, so you can have some data up here. It's not customizable though. Okay, so that you can hit the up or down carrots. But the big difference really is the picture. The reason I can only use one, if I had these two up, it would really slow my system down. So, the company wants me to display this, and I'll do what I can, but I can't do it with all three of these because otherwise my system will really slow down. And that's a lot of it is because I'm doing so many different things. I'm streaming to services, my workers platform, but a lot of things that I'm doing, and that's probably one of the reasons. All right, guys. NVEI could get interesting now. It's through that high right there, and the next high looking left is 34.69. That's $3 away. That's on the weekly chart, and that's for the NVEI. And this is a Canadian company, not cannabis. Okay, so for the Montreal. All right, guys. Yeah, okay, just confirmed. Michael will be in our YouTube room in about 40 minutes. Taking over for me in our YouTube room. VEI guy is on the move here, guys. NVEI on the move so far. Is that what it is? Thank you, NVEI. I didn't see that. Is that something new? Amen. Amen. I don't see that. I'm just looking. I'm trying to look at the headlines. Did that just happen? Oh no, March 18th. Okay, I'm going to look at March 18th. If I can scroll back. Oh, here we go. Yeah. Okay. Macy, $36 a share. Private. Yeah. So that was on March 18th. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. So that's what happened here. Okay. That's what happened here. So anybody who was a shareholder here, 21, pretty happy to see that. Some guy saying, how about 36? Kazoo, CZOO, guys. This very active a few days ago. Went from 232 all the way up to 546, pulled back. And so now that next high looking left is 544. So a little bit of room as earnings in 6 days. Not that it probably matters too much what their earnings are, but all right, guys. MKC is starting to tease me again. They're getting closer to that 77. The only reason I'm interested at all is because Looking left, it has room to 80 before it on the weekly anyway, so it has some room to run. Whoa, look at this one, guys. Ecovist, ECVT. So look at the room it's got on the weekly chart, 1236. So we're at 1087 right now. Had a great week last week. I sort of remember this one. Had a great week last week. And, what's the spread? 104 million in the float. So it's a big float, pretty big float. Had earnings on the 28th, so a month ago. So it could get interesting if it takes out 11. Okay. I'm going to stick an alert just around the 11 mark, 1104, and see if it, on a decent pattern takes it out. Decent pattern for me would be kind of this maybe basing just below 11 and then on some volume popping through. And then 1235, that is the next high looking left. Okay, wow, there's the CGC now at that magic 8. Now, this is getting interesting because again, if it takes out this 839, look left and look how much room it's got on the weekly chart. I mean, there's 1074 and up here 12 and up here. Like, I'm not saying it's getting up to $20, but boy, this is really this is a nice recovery from yesterday's obvious profits or profit taking. This is obvious, but I mean that's what it looks like to me. With some profit taking after the huge run the day before. Oh, guys, CGC just ripping here now, ripping, and it is getting closer and closer to that 834, 835, 835 a couple of times, 820, 820 and 835. Okay, big areas for it to take out. Wow, look at Kazoo here, guys. I mean, this just ripped. It's talking about it right here. I run the 5 level, and it just, without now. Okay, we have 95,000 again. That's ridiculous. So let's take a look at what the float is. More than likely, moment, guys. Okay, guys, time is it now? 11:32. So in about half an hour, I will be taking my break. All right, let's take a look at what's happening with VIRT. VIRT, Virtue Financial. I mean, it looks. I mean, it's still a great. It's 25%, but it's taken a month. I mean, in day trading, you would think, wow, this is so boring. But anyway, $16 to $20. It's taken one, two, three, four, 5.5 weeks to do that, and maybe coming into resistance. Okay, so there is the weekly high, 2104. So this may be giving us maybe an opportunity to short. Lots and lots of shares available for me anyway. Interactive brokers, 6.95 million. If this blocks it. Meanwhile, this crazy one, DXYZ, so it's an all over the place. All right, guys. Reddit may have found a bottom. I don't know if you're still short this shady. I can't remember what your stop was, but Reddit may have found a bottom here. I have this one thumbnailed. So series of bottoming tails. But the buyers are, the sellers been knocking it down. Buyers have been closing it higher. The sellers are tried like basically an hour trying to really knock it down. I'm not saying the buyers are in complete control yet, but eventually, one side's going to give up for a while. All right, what do these guys do? It seems that online car retailer. So are they like I don't know what um, I don't know if they're like a Carvana. Speaking of Carvana, I've seen Carvana for a long time. CVNA hasn't showed up on my scans in a long time. Wow, look at this. Still not even really close to a 2-year high, but wow, what a run it's been on for this year. But the analysts certainly have egg on their face with this one. A lot of them calling this one going down to zero. IMCC, okay, IMCC, cannabis play, under a dollar, way under a dollar, okay. I am cannabis. I am Spartacus. Okay, well, there's room, I guess, to the 70-cent level. I mean, if you're playing these ones, I don't trade these ones, but can I trust MKT this time? I'm going to wait on a 77 break. Doesn't mean I'm going to absolutely take it if it gets over 77, but again, the attraction for me, that 80-19 on the weekly chart. It's got some room on the weekly chart anyway. Wasn't there a movie, Run Rabbit Run, or a book a long, long, long time ago? Run, Reddit, run right now, guys. All right, checking Derm. Haven't seen Derm today, so let's take a look at what Derm is doing. DERM. This is coming from the relative strength leaders from the close. DERM. And the problem with it, I hope you can see. Look at the daily chart. Not that far away. We have what I consider a lot of resistance. 383 in that area, 380 to 383. So that, for me anyway, that's way too close. If I were able to look left and the next area was up here at 440, that'd be awesome. But unfortunately, it's not. So that basically keeps me out of the trade. Okay, for a lap, I would put an alert here just to see what happens. Okay, ALAB. Take a look at a 15-minute chart, and you will see right here. Okay, you can see we've got about like almost three highs. Well, if it wants to recover somewhat, probably has to get above that, 81.96, 82 level. And I will put a price alert there and see if that happens later on. Meanwhile, Kazoo made another. All right, guys. Getting close to my break, 20 minutes. Michael will take over for me in about 20 minutes in our YouTube room. Okay, I'm starting to see a little bit of a slowdown now. The chart loading. I think what happens with the HTML chart is that it just, I don't know, some kind of flash issue, maybe even the picture in picture. But I mean, at the beginning wasn't too bad, but I'll stick with it. All right, guys. Now Mizo coming. Now it's getting close to that 200-day moving average. Getting close, so that's be aware of that if you're. I'm sure Shady is, or maybe he doesn't care, but 353 is the 200-day moving average. If it takes that out, right over here is, in fact, that is basically where the 200-day moving average is. The highs in that weekly high right there. call this was an easy one to trade, very choppy, but and it still has, the topping tails and bottoming tails, but trend is up as we speak, MESO, and it is an AI play also from RAI. It was at 298. You can see it was right there. You can see that blue arrow right there. That is the candle in which the alert happened. And what this is telling you, this little picture in picture is telling you that there is, I think it's around January, it's hard for me to tell, but January 27th or so. So since then, it's up 82%. Of course, a massive move today. That's what that percentage refers to. You can anchor it differently. You can sort of anchor it here if you want, or so this one could be really interesting tomorrow too, guys. I mean, if this, I can't see if there's any news. Yeah, so there is some news. FDA nod for submission of their drug. Okay, so that was the news. But the big deal, of course, if it can maintain this and then tomorrow start to attack this area up here, this 850 area. All right, take a look at Reddit now. I think it's near the VWAP or something. Let me take a look. Or DDT. So it's above the VWAP now, 67.83. So it's a little bit above, about 50 cents or so above the VWAP right now. Okay. Maybe it pulls back a little bit into it. Maybe it bounces from there and continues. Um, there's the 10 SMA on the 15-minute chart, that orange line. So it's broken through that. It's broken through the VWAP. Yeah, I'm putting that MKC on the do not touch list. It's just, I almost took it, I got so close to 77. I almost took it, but decided not to. Glad I did. Huh. Hut has earnings on Thursday. Interesting. I don't think anybody expects any big deal out of Hut, but of course it's a cannabis play. Oh no, 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 no. I'm sorry, the Bitcoin play. I thought it was a cannabis play, so crypto play. For some reason, I thought it was a cannabis play too, but I guess not. So I see cannabis. I see Bitcoin has reclaimed 70,000 or so. Well, this one is again a wild one, guys. DXYZ, a very wild one. Halted again, I think, or resumed. I have not even attempted to trade this one. It's been halted and resumed many, many times. I only pointed out, of course, because I'm seeing it here in the house resume. So, and of course, it just got halted again, guys. Just as I'm talking about it, just got halted again on the way up. This is the DXYZ. Okay, guys. So GME, after the pop in the pre-market, has earnings after hours today. Be very interesting to see what the reaction to it will be. There are shorts available now for me. After broken, not that I'm not going to short it ahead of earnings, or I'm not going to short it into earnings or anything like that. But my bias, of course, is that once it has earnings, maybe tomorrow, maybe it has a pop, and then typically what's happened is it's drifted down afterwards. Man, oh man, guys, that kazoo is just crazy. Okay, I'm going to try something here. I'm going to. Okay, now let's see. Yeah, you see how fast the. What the heck is happening with kazoo, guys? Seriously, I mean, I don't see any reason for this one. Not today, anyway. Maybe it started a couple of days ago, but was this one that had a price increase? Not a price increase, but some analysts coming in. I don't see anything. All I see is car retailer Kazoo is running out of cash. Of course, that was December 19th. CEO steps down back on the 6th. Yeah, FSR is turfed, wasn't it? I read that this morning. Turf from Nasdaq. Was it an 8-cent stock? Unbelievable. Okay, guys, it is it's creeping up on me here now. 11:53. So Michael will be in our room fairly soon, probably certainly within 10 minutes. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to put the announcement in. Okay. So here, of course, until he takes over for me in our YouTube room. What I'll do is I'll put the YouTube link into the main room so you can head over and listen to Michael when he gets there. It's DXYZ. DXYZ is called it. Well, I mean, this is unbelievable, this move. I mean, it did nothing in the pre-market, CZOO, nothing in the pre-market. It started very slowly, but what a move. And I've seen it all the way up. I just keep thinking, well, I can't chase it, can't chase it, can't chase it. It is not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. Let me see on this weekly chart. Where could it keep going on the weekly chart? Weekly chart 815. It looks like 815. Yeah, I think 815 is the next high in the weekly chart. I think it's going to get there, but you can look on the daily chart. You have these little areas, but so there is that weekly high right about here. Okay, right there, and it's just exploding, exploding. No news that I can see other than the float is so. Look, it's not 95,000. I've already pointed it out to our guys. It's not 95,000, but it's about 2.4 million. Well, this is crazy. I mean, I just don't know. I mean, the float is again about 2.4 million. It's not 95,000. Um, it is out of this is the UK stock, 59 to 60 times, doesn't trade options, does not trade options. That's why it's not showing up in the combo scan. Does not trade options. Okay, guys, 11:57. So Michael will be in our YouTube room very soon. So I'm just getting prepared for his grand entry. So while I'm on my break, I'll get back to the browser interface chart. Oh, MKC, look at you now. It's such a tease here, still at that 77. Tell you guys that Reddit has, for me anyway, it kind of has that look. Been holding the VWAP pretty nicely. $67.84. So, it's still, it's nicely above the VWAP. And you get all these bottoming tails. I mean, the sellers really tried, but the buyers look right now anyway, they're in, kind of in control. I think they would have to take out the 60, around the 69 mark right there. There are a couple of two topping tails right there. The 15-minute charts takes that out. It could go on the run again. And DXYZ. So resumed. Now what happened to it? Look at this. Crazy. Okay, guys, again, I'm just waiting for Michael to show up. This is not short. I know I mentioned this is just not shortable for me. CZOO, not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. You would think at some point there's going to be a massive move down, but not yet.
Hello, Barry.
Hello, Michael. I didn't hear the little pop.
I'm getting sneakier.
You are getting sneakier. Okay, just give me one moment. Okay, guys, Michael is in our YouTube room now. So I've put the YouTube link in so you know how to get there. I'm going to put myself now on mute in the main room. We'll see you guys in about an hour at 1 o'clock. All right, Michael. So you're getting your shorts ready for tomorrow on GME?
Oh yeah, loading up.
Loading up.
I see support at 0.
Oh, you're a troller, aren't you?
Maybe -1.
Mm-hmm.
Giving people money to take shares away.
Certainly, though, interesting on the IPOs that have happened over the last last week. I mean, maybe we're now going to get back into a nice IPO market. I know you've probably seen the A Lab, or maybe you haven't. Okay,
No,
so
A Lab and Reddit, yeah, both. Which is interesting because, and I don't know if you know about this statistic, but it's 80 something percent of all IPOs undercut their IPO price in the first like 6 months. So far we haven't seen that really on either of them.
no, but of course
Interesting
it's
to
only a
see
few
if
days.
that changes.
Yeah, they would have to get back down to 34 and 38. But I mean, it could happen, of course. But
Well, if you look at like ARM for a bit,
yeah,
and right, so ARM had like one good day and was under, but I think Roblox is one of the best. Roblox and Robinhood are probably really good examples of this, where they had like initial success and then
yeah.
got wrecked. So I just, my whole policy, the only way I trade IPOs, I want to see them undercut that price and then rally later.
Okay. I'm a little
Because
more
that's
aggressive, I guess. I've become more aggressive on the IPOs, even the day of, or certainly days after. But I mean, the A Lab. I mean, it had a lot going for it, of course. Semi, AI, and a tie-in with NVIDIA. So I mean, it had a lot going for it. A lot of. I'm hoping we get a few more like that. Reddit is a completely different animal. I mean, it's got nothing going for it, other than it should be the champion meme stock, just based on what Reddit's all about.
Yeah, I just don't right? Wall Street Bets hasn't had any teeth for ages. I think Reddit's just more of a story of one of the only publicly traded social media platforms out there anymore, right?
Right.
Facebook's gone well beyond being a social media platform solely with just all this kind of stuff. But
Hmm.
yeah, I think Reddit's just one of those. Okay, we can finally start, because once Twitter left, right, there's only one social media platform you can play. So
Hmm.
there's going to be a lot of ETFs that take Reddit in, like social media ETFs and that kind of stuff.
Right. Right. All right. Okay, I'll let you go now, or I'll let myself go now, and we'll see you in about an hour.
Okay, sounds good.
Okay, bye-bye.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, as always, we're giving Barry some much needed time off, and we're going to open up the conversation to any questions you guys have about trade ideas. So I'll be here for the next hour to answer any questions that you guys have and walk you through the product. In the meantime, when there's not, I'll probably start actually looking at the market. As a swing trader, I intentionally avoid the entire opening of everything, and generally don't start even looking at stocks until kind of afternoon. So that works out well. What's going on with UPS Day? I don't know. More sellers and buyers, I guess. Yeah. I don't follow the news, so I just watch the markets. Never had a good trade because I learned why something was moving. Right? Just knowing that it's moving is all I really need. Market, I think, is still being a little lame here. Yeah, still not doing anything, which this is kind of exactly, I think, what you'd want to see as a bull, right? This breakout into new highs, and now we're 4 days of just sideways consolidation. I think that's a perfectly fine thing to have happen in the long run. It's frustrating if you're someone who's day trading these mega cap stocks that follow the market. But if you're not, if you're someone who's using trade ideas to find new stuff, or you're someone like me who's a swing trader, again, the sideways consolidation, I think, is absolutely perfect, right? Stocks can either correct like that, or they can just correct like this, right? It seems like that's what we're seeing going on. So there might be some continuation here as well. LAC, lithium. It's interesting. Yeah, see, just not something I'm super interested in. I don't generally not a fan of buying stocks in pretty extreme downtrends. Just there's so many good stocks out there and nice solid uptrends, especially in this market. Why would I want to buy something personally that is falling behind absolutely everything else in the world? Right? It's like, are you going to bet on the horse that's the slowest, or are you going to bet on a horse that's the strongest? TGT, I have no way of knowing if it's a scam or not. I'm just a technical trader. VKTK, the question came from that's not a ticker. Let's go to TI Strength and see. Which, I guess, speaking about stocks and solid uptrends, here's a good way to go do that. VKTX, there we go. So if you're looking for stocks that are in uptrends, and the reason I do this isn't just because it makes me feel good. It's that there is a lot of studies and academic evidence and 100+ years of studies showing that stocks that are in uptrends, generally speaking, will remain being in uptrends, and stocks that are in downtrends will, generally speaking, remain being in downtrends. It's so for me, I just want to follow the 100 years plus of academic studies, which is one of the only kind of absolute truths we have about trading and investing. The um, that's exactly, I guess, what TI Strength is looking for. Is looking for stocks in trends that look like they are going to continue being in trends. Now, for the Viking Therapeutics as an actual setup for me, I don't really see too much here because what I like to do is I like to combine this algorithm and combine it with something that I can take a trade off of that makes a little bit more sense to me. For me, I don't really see anything. And the real question is, okay, where would I put my stop? Right. So if I were to buy this here, I think my stop would have to go way down here. And that becomes a pretty wide stop because the way I always look at trading is that if I can't easily foresee getting multiple times my risk out of a trade, then I'm not going to take the trade. So that's why I'm more interested in either stocks that are pulling back or stocks that have a pretty decent trade. So like this is one that I actually got triggered in this morning that I talked about on Twitter last night from TI Strength. So when I saw this last night, I just put out, excuse me. Sorry, I had to sneeze there. I put out a tweet about this last night that we had this nice coil going on here in this SPRY. So the reason I like the look of this one is just again, the sideways kind of consolidation, the tightening pattern that we had here. And then, stop limit above there, nice little breakout on that one. The reason I would pick something like this, I know where I'm wrong. So I'm in from around here. My stop is right there. So I know that's what that risk is. And then I can calculate and say, hey, do I have 2 times my potential gain? Right. So question about creating your own channel. You absolutely can. So let's open up a new docked channel bar. So if you want to create a new channel, you just right click up top and you can see, so you have to right click right on the bar and then you can click edit custom channels. And let's just add a channel in here. Let's just make it a test. So you just pick what picture you want. You can upload your own picture and all that. But you just make a test, call it whatever you want right here. And then you just put in what cloud you want, what cloud link you want. So the cloud link obviously should be a docked channel bar, and it should be a docked channel bar, that you like and you already have saved and set up the way you want. So let's just do this one right here. And then we'll just click OK. And then you see there's a new channel in there. I just call it test. Let's actually just edit that. We'll call this stage, because this is a stage analysis. This is a layout I made for a presentation I have to do next month. So we'll make it stage analysis and we'll go apply. And then you can see it's right up here. And so now if I go and I click, that was the rooms. That opens up the room. But let's say we do the Portfolio Master Challenge, the last one that was up. And you can see it's still up here. So if I click back to that, it will load up that one as well. So, we have default pictures in there. Oh, the other thing to keep in mind is that if you want to keep the channel bar, I removed the channel bar from this particular layout that I made. I took that channel bar out. If you want the channel bar to stay there when you click on the channel, you need to make sure that you build the channel where there's a channel bar in it. Does it make sense? Because it's loading from the cloud, and from the cloud I said I don't want a channel bar in it. So of course when I click on it, there's no channel bar in it. So just make sure that you have the channel bar in there if that's something you want to keep in, or you won't be able to switch back quickly to other channels. So my Twitter, you can just search for Michael Noss CMT on all good social media platforms. I am all over the place. What do those articles say about stop loss and profit taking? Well, again, all of the studies on trend analysis were done differently, but they all kind of showed the same thing. So there's one done with There was ones done with ATR based trailing stops. There was one done with moving average based trailing stops. There was just one done with what's called rotation, which just means that you rotate into whatever the strongest names are each 6 months or a year or something like that. And basically what they came is in all cases buying stuff that is trending up or near or breaking out into new 52-week highs makes sense. So like the simplest way to put it is if you said, okay, I'm going to buy every stock that breaks a 52-week high. And I'm going to hold that for a year, right? So it breaks a yearly high, and then I'm going to hold it for a year. And then you just average out how much you would have made doing that. And then you say, I'm going to buy all stocks that make a 52-week low, and then I'm going to hold them for a year, and I'm going to see what happens. The ones that broke 52-week lows dramatically underperform the ones that broke 52-week highs, right? And again, there's been study after study after study after study after study. So these aren't new ideas, right? The earliest study that I read, I think, was from like the 1880s for futures contracts and things like that. There were some from like the 1920s. There's just tons and tons and tons of studies done just showing, again, stocks that are in downtrends are probably in downtrends for a reason. Stocks that are in uptrends are probably in uptrends for a reason. Doesn't mean it's not possible to buy things, and it, time frame dependent and all that. It just means that if you want to kind of live the easier life, right? Live the life that's just more focused on, putting that kind of statistic in your favor. There's just probably a better use of your time to look at stuff going up and try to get to continue to go up instead of looking stuff that's going down and try to be the guy who says, I'm going to be the one that figures out when this thing stops going down. Okay, swing. I noticed PHAT on there. That's a nice little breakout here. Again, that just like I mentioned, the profit taking was done differently across the different studies. So again, you can just read them. Probably best bet, especially if you're interested in the topic, instead of just listening to someone else. I would actually read the studies and see which ones are the most interesting. But again, mostly rotational in nature because of the ease of calculating large sums of data, right? Just let me own the stuff that's the highest and continue to do that. But yeah, I saw this PHAT. I would, for me to take this, just personally, I would like to see, some movement this way. So I could see you kind of putting a stop below that red bar right there. What was interesting to this one when I was going through TI strength is that 34% short float is wild. That is a wild short float with 34%. So yeah, and this is one I just brought up the monthly chart. Right? Obviously, was in a downtrend for a long period of time, but if you look from early 2022 to now, it's been moving pretty much sideways. So yeah, it's a nice potential uptrend on a short-term basis. You just need to know that we're kind of stuck in this range for now. So what I would do when I look at this is, say we get a little break up to 15 or something like that. All of a sudden, that's a great trade, but we're stuck in this range. So I need to see some evidence that we're gonna bust through that in order to be kind of a long-term holder of this. Now, this is generally speaking how you'll see a lot of bottoms happen is these very large bases. So it wouldn't shock me to see something like that break a base and move higher. But again, you just got to know. This is always why I like to put a monthly chart on our picture-in-picture charts, just to give me a good view of what that long-term view is with this kind of consolidation sideways. But again, if you're buying it at 11 and your stops at 10 and you get to 15, well, it's already a 4-to-1 risk reward trades. And if you can get 4-to-1 risk reward trades with any consistency, even if you're only right a very small percentage of the time, great. What else do you want? This INZY was another one. I think I missed. I need to go check my broker, but I tweeted about this yesterday too. But I had a stop loss just over yesterday's high. So again, as a swing trader, I ignore everything for the morning. I generally don't care what the market is doing, and then I look at everything on the close, or at least after lunch, right? I set out all my orders, and then I move on with my day. But another nice looking little pop there on that guy. Both of these were from TI Strength. So this, I would say, more and more becomes a place where I do a lot of my scanning, because of the fact that we know there's some statistical advantage to buying things that are near all-time highs and just kind of rotating into those things. So right. But like anything, I'm just not going to take these just blindly. Right? But this is another one that looks interesting. The Sprouts Farmers Market. Look at the monthly chart of this thing. Those hippies with their avocado toast are ripping this thing up. And we're just putting in a nice little flag here. So if I see this thing kind of reclaim that area, that might be a good place to take a shot on it. But again, it just makes life easier for me when I can just kind of go through these as well, right? There are no fundamentals in the relative strength algorithm. We have the score, which you can add to your own scans, and that has some fundamental filters, but as a chartered market technician and the person who created the TI Strength algorithm, I believe that fundamentals are borderline useless. Fundamentals will show up in price. Right? If the company is a garbage company, the price is going to go down. And if the company is a great company, the price is going to go up. And sometimes, I would say the majority of the time, the price will change first, and then the company fundamentals will be shown after, because fundamentals are on at least a 3 to 4 month lag. Right? You don't get. We have Goldman Sachs up here. They reported earnings on April 15th, and the next time you'll see them report earnings, that will change a fundamental. Will be 3 months from now. So yes, any inclusion of fundamentals made the back test decidedly worse, because you're dealing with such incredibly laggy data. Now, things like liquidity is important. Things like that, I think, are good. It's good to keep an eye on what sector the thing you're trading is, mostly so it's not to make sure you're not owning everything in like the semiconductor sector. If your entire portfolio is trades in the semiconductor sectors, well, you've left yourself a dangerous situation in which something happens in the semiconductor world, you get smacked. So, well, again, you back test as if there's changing market environments, right? So any back test I run, I generally run till the year 2000. So I have the tech bubble, I have the great financial collapse, I have a lot of things. And again, the idea of relative strength and trend analysis has been back tested 100 years. So since there was market, people have been using trend analysis and relative strength. So, but and the reason why I don't just blindly follow things is because what you talked about, the market environments change. So that's why I take a back test and I say, okay, the back test is only used to say there is validity in owning things that show relative strength and are in uptrends. And then from there, it's my job as a trader to try to time entry and exit points. So When I read Best Loser Wins, did it influence me? Well, yeah, Best Losers Wins was a great book that kind of just reaffirmed things you already know. For those who don't know, I think it was, I forget, I mentioned it in uh, one of the interviews that I did. I do, if you go on our channel, I'm doing more and more interviews with CEOs of companies and uh, trader friends of mine and all kinds of stuff. Uh, excuse me, winners of the PMC. They're great every Tuesday. There's actually one coming out um, as soon as I'm done here. So at 1 Eastern, there's another interview coming out with the winner of the short only PMC. So yeah, we were talking about books. I really like The Best Loser Wins just because it's what we all know, which is, the people who do the best in the market, regardless of trading strategy, trading style, time frame, whatever, are the people who can admit they're wrong, take their loss, and move on with their lives. The people who are dogmatically obsessed with being right. Hey, I read on this Reddit board that AMC is a good company, and I don't care, how many times it goes down. Um, it's going to be great and change the world. And I don't care that the chart looks like this, blah, blah. Those people are 100% going to get ruined at some point. But it does a little bit of a good job of not just telling you that taking the loss and moving on with your life is the most important thing you can do as trading, but just eloquently explaining it and explaining examples. And again, just it's a good listen. Not that it's giving a whole bunch of information that you've never thought of before. It's a great listen, more or less, just because yes, you know all the things, but it's very important to have to be reaffirmed in those things. Like, it's very important to every now and then. Same reason why I reread Trading in the Zone by Mark Douglas every few years. It's good to reestablish that fact that really at the end of the day, the only thing that matters in trading is risk management. Like, that's you could you could be a guy who's picking bottoms, or you could be a trend trader, you could be a day trader, you could be a long-term investor, you could be whatever. The guy who does the best job and just saying, you know, okay, I was wrong or early. It's time to move on, find the new trade. That guy will be the guy who's the trader around for the longest period of time. So, again, good book. CY TK. Yeah, this is this. I don't really see too much here. A little rounded bottom potentially going on here. Obviously, a strong name. From 2021 to now, it's gone from $20 to 70. But really, I don't see anything personally here that stands out. I want to go back to that Goldman Sachs chart. That's kind of interesting to me. Just we have this very clear resistance level right here at kind of 397. And then we broke out. Now we're pulling back and consolidating. So I like the look of this one. If you look down here, and we'll switch over to the monthly chart, that seems to be like a big monthly resistance. I don't know if that's all-time highs. Maybe it is. Yeah, that's probably all-time highs for Goldman Sachs. So that's very interesting, holding right up against this prior resistance after this big move. Uh, this makes for an interesting watch for me. So I'm actually just going to put a price alert right there, just to keep that on watch. See if we consolidate for a couple days and then break out. That could be a good risk reward play. If it gets through that prior monthly resistance, there might be momentum traders, and again, the thing we know that I told you guys about, buying new all-time highs, doing all that kind of stuff. But having a good little risk reward parameter behind it. always watching this MindMed too. So I own a little bit of this from the trade of the week that was at $5 a share. So big props to Steve on that one, and has just been just going. You look at this weekly chart down here. Make this a monthly. Yeah, so monthly got hammered a little bit, or got hammered a lot. But like we talked about, been basing sideways for a period of time, and now it looks like it might be turning up. And then weekly, what a trend, there as well. So it's an interesting look on this guy. Is there uses for order book, order flow? I don't, and this is someone again who started trading in 2006, and all we did was order flow trading. Right, you were not allowed to have a chart on your screen until you made, I think your $1,000 a month. The idea was that back in those days, everything was shown on the order book. So just so you know my bias here, and then it might shock you to hear me say, I think order flow trading is decidedly useless at this time, because everybody in the world, including retail traders, you can do this with Interactive Brokers, and if you can do it with Interactive Brokers, I'm sure you can do it with a number of different brokers, can hide their order flow in a myriad of ways. So there's, refreshing orders and iceberg orders. There's VWAP algorithms to fill orders. There's all kinds of ways that you can fill orders algorithmically or with hidden orders, so that there is so much that's not shown on a level 2 or time and sales. And that to me makes it more or less useless when it comes to you're talking about like setting price order or stop orders, things like that. I know there's a lot of traders that will look at, for example, maybe the speed of the tape, which is just people buying and selling in real time for deciding when to enter. Right, they're looking to see if the tape, if there's a lot of green in the tape on the moment of entry, that might make a decision for them. On the moment of exit, that may make a decision for them, that kind of thing. But to say, oh, there's a big offer at $7, so I'm going to sell it at $7. Well, any because everybody in the world can hide their order, then you kind of know that nobody serious, there's no big player that is actually just going to stick a large order out there for everybody to see and to walk away. Because why would you? Right? Why, like if I'm buying, we got MindMed up here. So this did 1 million shares today, but say we had a liquid security up here, something that only did 5,000 shares today, and I have an order for 10,000 shares. Even myself as a small trader, right, I have an order and I'm going to sell 10,000 shares of the stock, and it's in a liquid stock. It's only done a couple thousand shares today. I'm not going to show people my order, and I'm just a little tiny retail trader, right? I'm going to put up a refreshing order. I'm going to spread my order throughout the tape. I'm going to hide my order. I'm going to do all these things. So if I can do it as just a little tiny, insignificant retail trader, then you better believe that anybody with the power to move markets and the money to move markets is doing the same thing as well. So that just makes me incredibly skeptical on using, I would more look like, if I see a big bid or offer, be more considerate that that's probably fake, just because again, it's fake, or someone's got to get fired because they were stupid enough to put out their order when they could easily hide it. That's not even to it's not even to talk about like dark pools, right, where you can You only have to report a dark pool order after it's filled. This Massey is interesting. Big breakout, sell off right to the point where it broke out of. I'm starting to find resistance here as well, right? Make sure when you're creating the channel, you do it in a docked channel. So there's two channel bars, right? There's the normal channel bar and then the docked channel bar, right? If they are, and then make sure in the docked channel bar, you're loading a docked channel, right? So everything has to be docked for you to close it down and open it up at one time. If there's any undocked windows, those are the ones that are floating everywhere. You'll need to open and close them individually. That's the point of having a docked window, right? So, for example, this is a docked window. So if I close this, right, it will all come back at once. And then, this is a free floating window. So this free floating window, I would need to close and open individually. So just again, make sure that it's all docked. Hi, Michael. Best loser wins. Tom Hogard. Yes, I believe that is the name. Again, just it's a good book. Good audio book too. I'm a big, just to translate, generally speaking, when I say I've read something, that means I've listened to it. I'm not as a father of a son under 2 and soon to be in the next few days a daughter. I don't have a lot of time to pick up a book and get left alone to sit there and read it. But you're mowing the lawn, you're walking the dogs, you're going to the gym. I usually have an audiobook or a podcast on. So I'm sure there's a lot of books out there that I'm missing out on, but Audible is my way to consume books. I just finished another one. If you guys are looking for book ideas, that was interesting. Just finding it here. Oh, Thinking in Bets. Who's the lady's name? She was a poker player. Annie Duke, Thinking in Bets. It was a good book. She's again, I don't follow poker, but she, I guess, is a very skilled poker player, and she just talked about how to think about things in the same kind of betting manner, understanding that, basically separating the process of something and the output of that thing. And it was very, there wasn't much talk of trading. There's a little bit of talk of investing, but it's just a good concept for traders, again, to be reminded of. We know, for example, let's take this MASI trades, right? I'm going to watch this one and say tomorrow it bounces off this level right here. I'd look to buy some of this tomorrow. And, my stop would be under this prior support that I have right here. And I'm going to be targeting, 2 to 3 times that risk. I have once I place that trade, there's no way of knowing whether I'll win or lose, right? It's the idea of separating something that had a good outcome from that being a good decision. And I always make the joke that I could come in here every morning and I could slam my forehead against my keyboard and I can make 10 grand, right? It doesn't mean it was a good thing to do. It just means, that I bought or short the right thing and that thing moved incredibly and I made a bunch of money. but it's not going to be a habit that you're going to want to repeat. And I could take this Massey trade if it sets up exactly the way I want, and everything looks great on the trade, and I could take the trade and lose money. But that doesn't mean it's a bad decision, right? We're dealing in probabilities when we're talking trading. So yeah, it was just a very good it was a very good book just to talk about this, understanding this difference from I did a good thing versus I had a good outcome, and how those are different when you're dealing with anything that has a probabilistic framework, which of course trading and investing does, right? You could do everything right. You could, if you're an investor, you could do all of your fundamental analysis and your news analysis and your story and your charting, and that could be all done perfectly, and you could think you're the smartest guy and you pick the best company in the world, and then all of a sudden a meteor falls down and hits their plant where they make their widgets, and you lose all your money in that trade, right? It's just doesn't mean that your process for selecting that security was wrong. It just means the outcome lived in this spectrum of probabilities, right? So yeah, that was a good one. A lot of audiobooks, a lot of podcasts. People asking about podcasts I like. Well, there is this one called Beyond the Headlines with myself and Steve Gomez, which we release now every Sunday. Bias there, so I'm just going to do a plug. That's also on the channel. We have 4 episodes up right now, and I think it's on Apple and Spotify and stuff too as well. But I like, even though they're not really trading related, I like the guys from the Compound, Josh Brown, Michael Batnick, and those guys. Those are interesting. Chat with Traders is a good one. It's a good investing or trading related podcast. Trends with Friends, which is JC, buddy of mine, JC from All Star Charts. That's a pretty good one as well. There's some good stuff out there. But again, I'm someone that I'm always listening to something. So I just kind of fill with whatever I can find at the time. It's strange, but I am less productive in silence than I am with some mild humming background noise. Yeah, Audible. Yeah, Audible is great. They just email me every now and then and go, "Oh, I got new credits." I'm like, "Okay, let me go find something to buy with them." I think I've had my Audible subscription for, maybe 10 years now. Shadow Trader guys are good. They trade a lot of futures and options, and that's a little bit outside my wheelhouse, but they're good. Peter Resnicek and crap. I used to listen to them all the time when they were on. They were on Thinkorswim. This might be dating me. They actually had like a little. I don't know if they still do. I don't have Thinkorswim anymore because the commissions for Canadians are insane. I think they took it away for Canadians too, actually. But yeah, they were on the Thinkorswim platform, and then they also had like a little show. I think it was around like 4 p.m. or so on Tasty Trade, which is Tom Sosnoff's thing. Oh, they're back on Tasty Trade. Oh, that's good. They were off for a while. I think it was a contract thing with them, and that's why they were off. Yeah, for a while there, they were off. They were off Tasty Trade, and the reason, again, I think was they had some. There was a contract. They were under contract with Thinkorswim, and then Tasty Trade broke off and did their own thing. And to be honest, I haven't watched any of them for a long time. What time are they on Tasty Trade there? Trader 77. They're interesting. Again, he's did different trading style than myself, so it's not like I would follow any of his stuff, but the he uses what's called market profile, um, which attempts to look at the price at which volume has occurred as opposed to the time at which volume has occurred. I think is the easiest way to kind of summarize it. So it's just an interesting way to look at the market. I'm not a big futures guy myself. I'm not a big day trader myself, more of a swing trader. So it's just not something. Again, teach their own. I just really don't have um, the patience for day trading. VRNT. Yeah, it looks interesting if it broke out. I would be cautious though, right? This is one thing I love about trade ideas. A big red box, earnings, and then we have this yellow box in case you mix the red box. So we have a couple warnings here that it has earnings tomorrow after the close. So I'm personally never going to buy anything the day before earnings. But just purely technical, this looks like it could be nice if it got a little breakout here. But so maybe I'll put it on watch. But what will likely happen is that it will have this massive gap up on earnings, and there's just no trade to take. Or if I took it, it would have a massive gap down on earnings. So again, just something that I personally I avoid trading things that are into earnings. You essentially have a binary event in which you can't control for. That will happen when the market is closed, and stop loss orders will not work. So you're just kind of, swinging for the fences, right? Not my thing. There's some people that do it, and mainly they're fundamental people who have some synopsis of why they think the earnings will be better or worse than the overall market believes. Again, for me, it's an unnecessary danger with trading. When you're right, you're gonna do great. And you're wrong, you're gonna get killed. So for me, it's not a thing that I'm interested in. Quadruple witching on Good Friday this week. I don't know what they do with options when it's closed on Friday. I don't know if that happens Thursday. It would make me think that it would happen Thursday. But again, I'm not a big options guy myself. Something I'd like to get more into. It wouldn't be into option buying if I were to get into options. It's one of those that, again, as a heavily statistically minded dude, I can't get past the statistic that it's like 85 to 90% of all options expire worthless. I just can't do it. So if I were to get into options, it would be spread, credit spread type thing that I'd look at. I think a put selling around support would be an interesting way to do it. Thursday, a half day? No way, is it? I don't know if that's right. If it is, then you've made me happy, and if not, you've upset me. NYSE holidays. Yes. Cookies. No, March 29th, Good Friday. Doesn't have any reference to each market will close early Wednesday, July 24th. Each market will close early November. March will close early December. No. So it doesn't look like it's closed half day on doesn't look like we're closing early on Thursday. So that was a bit of a tease. Do you know if when indicators? Yeah, indicators are coming. So the problem is you might not care, but I know some people like when we talk high level stuff. So the problem is we have indicators via our chart provider, which is using this. So right now we have CCI and stochastic in it, and then we have a separate indicator with the indicators that we have built the mathematics behind ourselves, and that's this one. So there is a project that exists that is going to merge these two things. So yes, in the future, the web version will have access to all of the indicators that the downloaded version has. And when we do this merge, we will actually be able to do both of them. So we'll be able to do the both of them. So you'll have more indicators on both, because the library that this is getting pulled from has more indicators than the library that this one's getting pulled from. So that's a project. It's just a big project with it's a big project because each indicator we have to implement on the chart. We have to then make sure it looks acceptable on the chart. And then we need to make sure that it's right. So then we have to verify that with third and fourth party sources, right? Because we just don't want to put out an indicator and then all of a sudden find out, 6 months later that it's calculating wrong when it's compared to other charting platforms or your broker or even, things within the app itself. So yes, but yeah, it's a process to do that kind of stuff. VRNT again looks okay if we got a breakout. Right now, it's just sideways chop, nothing, garbage. But again, crazy people buy things directly into earnings, so not something I'd take a look at personally. Oh, good. So this one's great. So I definitely know I got triggered into this one because my stop was right above this high from yesterday. So that's fantastic. 10% move on that guy today. And then what was the other one? I have to check. I look at so many stocks that sometimes it becomes difficult to remember the tickers. MindMed's still just chopping around here. Yeah, I know there's probably a lot of futures traders getting very frustrated in this market right here. These for for people who day trade futures or day trade Apple or just the big mega cap guys, the gap up, right? Gap up and do nothing, and then gap down and do nothing, and then gap down and do nothing, and then gap up and do nothing. These are the most frustrating days for day traders of futures and that kind of thing. So, it is what it is. There's really nothing you can do about it. But yeah, that's a very frustrating ordeal right there for sure. Oh, the bond market closes half day. Okay. That's actually interesting to note, trader, because a lot of people a lot of people I don't think appreciate how much the bond market being closed will affect the stock market. Um, because the bond market is infinitely larger from a dollar's point of view than the stock market. So if the bond market is closed Thursday afternoon and that's the day before a long weekend, that makes me think that Thursday afternoon is going to be just a slugfest for the market. You're not going to see much in the way of overall market movement. Now, again, one of the advantages we have at Trade Ideas is there's always some crazy low float, wild dude that's happening. Right? If you go to like the Explosive Winners channel, there'll always be some nonsense going on, which is great for the day trader. There's that focus on uh, you know things like this that are moving. Myself, I am just more of a swing trader, so I'm less interested in this kind of craziness. But the yeah, if you are someone who's a momentum kind of scalper, then there'll definitely be something for you. But if you're someone more like myself, who's just more of a swing trader or a trend trader or something like that, then Thursday might be actually a good day to take off too, just because that bond market closing and then the holiday and all of that is going to make things incredibly boring.
Michael, can you not hear me?
I can hear you now.
Oh, okay. First of all, what I got to say is this: one man's garbage is another man's gold. Okay, so
That's why I said if you're one of those, you love this, you love these junky
oh,
runners, and have at her.
I don't love them. It's just that that's what we're good at as a company to find them. I mean, it's you know what I mean, Michael. Years and years and years ago, before I had Trade Ideas, I mean, I had no idea this market even existed. And probably, I've been a subscriber since 2000. Excuse me, 2010. My guess is that before 2010, even it was certainly not like this.
No,
And
no.
with the low float ridiculousness that's going on now. I think it's only in the last 5 years, really. I think really, if I had to, it's one of those things that one day you wake up and go, wait a minute, it's been raining now for a week or a month in Vancouver. I guess we're in rainy season. You know what I mean? And so it's the same thing with the low floaters. One day I woke up and said, my goodness, we're getting a lot of these crazy ones, especially under 1 million shares. That never used to happen. And
Well, my theory there
what's your
anyway.
theory?
Well, and this is from my perspective of someone who started to trade prop, right?
Right.
And back in the day when I started to trade prop, there was no HFTs or hidden order books or refreshing orders. There's none of this shit, right? It was
Mhm.
you could see everything on the tape, everything occurred, and there was no these HFT market maker guys. And most stocks, if not all stocks, were volatile then. And then the more these HFTs came in, the less volatile that these names became. And my theory on this whole crop up of these kind of low float junky type names is that as soon as Apple, Google, all these names stop moving with enough juice to make them incredibly profitable for day traders had to go somewhere. And there was two divisions that I saw in the trading community, and one was people like me and Steve and Andy who said, okay, well, I'm just going to stay away from the HFTs by going a longer time frame. Well, I'm going to hold my trades for a couple days, maybe even longer, but I'm just going to give them time where these HFT choppiness doesn't matter to me. And then the other group said, well, I'm going to go into the realm where these HFTs that are run by Goldman Sachs and all these guys, they don't care. And
Right.
that's these like this MESO that I'm
That's
watching
me.
at.
Yeah, that's
Right.
me.
So it's I think this was all the way for the active speculator just to sidestep the computerization of the market. because there is no shot that Goldman Sachs is turning on a market making algo in MESO. Just not going to happen.
Exactly. No,
Right?
okay.
They're going to get murdered on both ends.
Right.
So, this was the way to kind of say, okay, I'm now more purely playing price action and supply and demand, trading these kind of low float type names. Now, I think there's going to be regulation at some point between like the super micro float crazy guys. But one thing that was interesting, and the I don't know when the interview is going to be out, but you might be interested in listening to it, Barry. There's Lazar, who was the winner of the PMC
Right.
few PMCs ago, and he was second
Yep.
place in the last one.
Mhm.
He's in a community of short only, or yeah, basically short only. 99% of the time they short these kind of crazy low float whippers, and they specifically avoid these under 1 million share floats and Chinese names, because what they have noticed is um, that the manipulation happens on a different level with these
Okay.
names,
Makes sense.
where there's they believe, and they have no way to prove this, but there is some sort of effort, especially with the Chinese names, to intentionally like blow out the retail trader
Mhm.
by making these moves go crazy. And they've also noticed that the companies that have floats around 1 million or under 1 million, even though they may be domiciled somewhere else, they are owned by the Chinese names
Right.
as
Okay.
well.
Okay.
So
Yeah.
that this is kind of like, this is a movement that they, people, companies in China have found this legal loophole to kind of squeeze and squeeze the Americans. Uh, so
Bankrupt the American public. Okay.
well, and I don't think it's a grand conspiracy.
No,
I
no,
think
I know.
it's all just a game that they have been willing to play. So I wouldn't be shocked if, you fast forward a few years and the NYSE says, listen, you're not allowed to list unless you have 50 million shares in your float. Like, you know what I
Right.
mean? Get out of here with this stuff. Because the other reason they're doing it, again, according to these guys, which I do trust, I believe they know because they live in this realm too,
Mhm.
is they talk about share price, right? Like, we know you have to have over $1 share price or you get kicked off the NASDAQ.
Right.
So if you have a company that's not a very valuable company, it's only like a 50 or $100 million company, to keep your price over $1, you can't issue very many shares. So what's happening is that companies that in theory shouldn't be public companies, you should just be private companies because they're like 50 million share kind of junky companies. They've said, okay, well, we can go public, and we can just go public. We're just only going to have 1 million shares out there. And then even
Yep.
if our company is only worth $5 million, we get a $5 share price with a
Yep.
million shares outstanding. And then that causes these games, which is why you're seeing, and it's why these guys are spending a lot of time looking to short them, is you see stocks like this MESO pop for a couple days, and then like clockwork, the company does
Disappear.
an offering
Yeah.
and they tank back down, right? So that's kind of the theory, is that it's like a loophole in the regulation so that you can get your company public, so that you can use the public to raise money off the company. So again, that's the theory that makes the most sense to me, to be honest.
Yeah, when I go to the economic or the IPO calendar, I mean, I salivate over the ones that, 2 or 3 million shares issued between $4 and $5. That's
Yeah.
the theoretical IPO price. And then when I see it's Singapore or China, all right, I mean, I know it's crazy, but there is a way to trade them. There is a way to trade them, and as long as you're on the right side, you can do pretty well.
Yeah, and basically the reason they've been so focused on this, the China part of it, is they just have a rule where they won't short them, because you are seeing
Right.
these insane
Yeah.
moves. And it makes sense. If I'm a $10 million Chinese company and I want to go to America and raise a bunch of money from them, I can list my company, even though it's only, the whole company is only worth 10 million. And then if I, not saying anyone's doing this, but say theoretically, I ping the right message boards and, the right Discord rooms and all this stuff. And I say, hey guys, maybe you float with your followers that this really low float company's coming public. That'd be great. Slip them a
Hmm.
few bucks. Then all of a sudden, my $5 million company has overnight turned into a $100 million company, and I can issue shares
Yeah.
at that new price, and then I can raise money and then hopefully make my company better. So again, it's this it's this game that really it's great and we should continue to play as long as it exists. But
Take advantage of
eventually, yeah, and eventually there'll be some regulatory change or some market change, like there always is in the markets, and then we'll find a new game to play.
Yeah. With that being said, I got to get back into the other room. It's 102 now. So thanks again, Michael,
Cool.
for spelling me for the hour. And
All
we'll see you
right.
next week.
Talk to you soon.
Okay. So guys, let me get back my screen. And just give me one moment. Okay, guys, I'm back in the room. I just got to get my music going. Give me one moment. Reddit, guys, Reddit over 70. Okay, Reddit over 70. Now, I'm not 100% sure I would have taken our MKC. I do see that it's over 77 now. It was right when I was taking my break right at noon that it popped over 77. I'm not 100% sure I would have taken it, but you know what? It is definitely it's looking a lot better now. I wish I'd done that when I was in it a while back, but timing is everything in trading. It's just a matter of sometimes you've got a great idea and there's nothing wrong with the idea. It just doesn't work. Maybe your timing was just a little off. Maybe the market did something. Maybe the market affected the stock. Maybe some news report came out and the SPY tanks. You just don't know. You can't control stuff like that. What you can control is having a stop and getting out. You know, with a manageable loss. That is what you absolutely 100% can control. Yeah, you know what, William? Yeah, I know I'm posting this stuff. So yeah, 1 o'clock, the results of the $67 billion 5-year note auction, and that is really it. I don't know what happened at 10 o'clock with consumer confidence, but anyway, I guess as you say, no big reaction to that bond news. Okay, guys, the A lab is starting to come back. I have an alert set at a very specific area. It doesn't mean I'm going to take the trade right there. My alerts are set up so, I want to be notified when it gets to an area. Then I can make up my mind. But you can kind of see what I was looking at here. If you look at A lab on the 15-minute chart, and you see there's a high right there. That's the 11 o'clock high. Right before that, a little bit lower, and then the 11:15 high, a little bit lower. So my feeling is, and look what it's doing. It's what's the high right there? The high right there is 81.96, and the high right there is 81.95. So you can see it got into that high, and so far it has not broken through. You can kind of see if it breaks through, we may have a run here. We may have a run, and that's all. No, I don't have any minimums at all, Fox. If I see it in the abnormal, if like most of the things, but let's face it, most of the things that I see probably are not going to be high float. It's not because I've got a filter that says only show me a certain amount of float. Okay, it's just that most of the stuff that we see here, but Donut, I don't think Donut has a well 84 million. It's not low, but it's not high. So no, I don't have any minimums. I don't have any. Here we go. Give me a moment. I have no minimums. In fact, I have no maximums. I have no minimums. Okay, regarding floats. If it shows up here, or if it shows up here, that means it's trading abnormally. And so, I'll watch it. I want to know about it. But again, as I said, I mean, more than likely for a stock to be up 68%, more than likely the float's got to be fairly low. because how does a stock look 68% with that had a billion in the float as an example? Okay, that makes sense. And I don't care about market cap. Again, most of the time, because of the float, if these low float situations, the market cap's going to be low. But I have no filters for market cap. It's not like I say, well, only show me market cap on 100 million or no, I don't do any. If the stock is moving for whatever reason, I want to know about it. Yeah, I mean, I'm all about the volume. Whoops, let me get this up here. I'm all about the volume. And it's not the volume. I mean, that's another question. I mean, is it the volume? I mean, sure, I don't want to see something that's trading 10,000 shares, okay? But most of the time, if a stock is going to be in here, it's going to have sufficient volume. It's more about the relative volume, though. Okay. You know, you might say, well, I only want to trade stocks that have traded a million shares. Okay, that's fine. But what if that stock normally trades a million shares every day? Is that it doesn't make it abnormal, right? But what if that stock that normally trades a million shares a day is trading 10 million today? I want to know about that. All right, guys. Well, here's the A Lab now. A Lab is in a really, really interesting area. It's a really interesting area. Look at this, guys. It just popped right through. And Reddit now through that 70, over 71 now. Now, full disclosure, I still got some of this, okay? I'm not telling anybody to buy Reddit or anything like that, but I'm in, from the day before. But I'm not a big swing trader, but I just had a feeling about it. Well, so relative volume. I mean, the relative volume is the key. Our relative volume filter is based on time of day. Okay. It could be called current volume or relative volume. Okay. I wish we had a little more consistency, but so for instance, if I do this, I right click on this window there and do a search and type in relative. Let's see what happens. Okay. So relative volume. Now, if I click on help, and this is going to show up on a show up on my other monitor. So there you go. Understanding the relative volume filter. So you can read all that. Okay. Most of the things you can find. Okay. If you click on a search and then you want to know more about it, you just right click on it and click on help or click on the help here. And then you'll see what happened. Well, you saw what happened. You'll get a big explosion or a big lot of information about the filter or the alert. Okay. Well, okay, guys, this is very late. We don't often get a late alert like this, but this could be really interesting. STOK, guys, STOK could be very interesting. Had, of course, a big pop at the beginning of the day. It's an earnings play, up to 13, pulled all the way back down here. That's a pretty big pullback, almost a 30% pullback. And now, maybe later on, I'd like to see a little more volume coming in, but STOK, it's an earnings play, 172 times normal volume up to this time of day. Option volume is 199 times normal. So that's what we're looking for. The float is 32 million. I didn't know what the float is. I didn't care. I mean, again, just to say that I don't use the float filter anymore. I used to, but I don't really care. I mean, I just want to see the stocks that are moving, and if on the odd time, it could be a large float. The odd time, very rare though. So IP, so that was a huge one. Was it last week or the week before? IP was going crazy. Yeah, it was last week. Look at this. Last week it went crazy. So wow, yeah, no kidding. So is that worse than it looks? Now that's worse. I mean, it's a $2 drop, but I mean, some of the charts you see that would be like a $10 drop. All I can say is that float information can be very tricky. Um, I can't answer. 32 million, so 42 million. Let me go to another website. You can probably go to five other websites and get five different float information for stock. Let's be okay. It can be very tricky. Oops, it's not around anymore. Float checker is not around anymore. Yeah, I go to going to the other website that I like is they have about 30 million. So we're in the ballpark, 32 million. These companies, and I'm not saying these guys did it, but I mean, these companies do, especially if they've done multiple reverse splits, it can be really, really difficult to figure out what the float is without really diving into and I think that's what this dilution tracker does. Why? Because if you look at these, there's that 15-minute candle right there, okay? And there was another one not quite as high. So if you can see my 15-minute chart, so the 10:30, the 10:45, and the 11:15. Is that wrong? The 10:45, the 11 o'clock, and then the next one 11:15. So I looked at that area and I thought, okay, if you take that area out, it may get going. That's all. Same thing I did with the Reddit, getting over 70. Whether it keeps moving, I mean, obviously, I mean, it's got room. I'm saying it's going to get to 95. This has been a wildly successful IPO. All right, guys. So Mizo is still flirting with that 4 level. And that's what I want to do. I want to bring up a monthly chart because I think this is, yeah, this is the, I mean, this is the one that's got the room. Did my video on this one today, and I didn't have the monthly chart up, but I was pretty sure that the next high was around 8, and I was right. There you are. Around 802 is the next high on the monthly chart. I'm saying it's going to get there, but tomorrow we got to watch this one to see if it has a second day continuation of whatever, for whatever reason this is today. A key area that it got through so far is the 200-day moving average, 353, the 200-day moving average. So, as long as it holds over that, that'll get some traders still interested in it tomorrow. It didn't last long for CGC, did it? I mean, I was actually a little excited that it was going to take out 8 and keep above there because of what that weekly chart looked like. But got up to didn't hit. You see, I had an alert set around 840, and it did not trigger. But you're saying it's over the VWAP. Sure, 734 is the VWAP, so it is pulled all the way back down below the VWAP by a fair amount. But now it's over the VWAP. Is the noise canceling on, guys? I can't remember. I know I turned it off briefly this morning when I did the reboot. I don't know if it turned back on. If it isn't, you'll hear my computer just driving me crazy. All right, guys. So now let's again take a look at the stock. Just see okay. Okay, SGOK. Do you have any legs at all now? Now that there's an AI alert, late, a very late one. Get it early on in the day, and I'm sorry, we did not have it early on in the day. We had it at 111. And let's see, where's the VWAP? 1171. So that's far. I mean, the VWAP could be an attraction for it. Could be. Just waiting to see if it can hold 11 well. The alert was at 1119. So I'm going to stick an alert right around here, 1120, and see if it takes it out and has a bit of a run from there. Hey guys, I mean, keep an eye on it. I mean, if it break out, I mean, it's only because of this high up here, okay? The fact that it's an earnings play, so it should still be reasonably active. I mean, it's had a ton of volume. Look at that volume today, which is 160 169 times normal up to this time of day. And we're seeing some insane option volume percents here. You know, that's 7,100, that's 70, almost 7,200 contracts. That represents about 202 times normal. So what that tells you is that, normally it doesn't trade options very much, but the day it has earnings, that's when it can go a little bit crazy. Beyond, I haven't seen Beyond for a while. Ori, let's take a look at Beyond. All right, stock. So let's take a look at Beyond. What's happening with Beyond? Haven't seen it for a while. These days here, or this day here, had some kind of a deal. Was it with McDonald's or something? Or somebody, I can't remember who it was. Or no, 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 no. I think it was something in Europe. They came out and said, you know what, Europeans love us. Yeah, big drawback on Reddit now. Yeah, you're right. And 6816. So you know what? I mean, this is now well through the VWAP. All right, guys. So let's see. Okay. Through here. Okay, guys, my computer is going crazy. Just give me a moment. I'll see for some program that's affecting it. It is just driving me crazy now. I don't really want to do a reboot or to get rid of it, but UPS on CNBC, okay, trying to defend of it. But they had a great. This thing talked about it went all the way up to 2026. Reaction to its three-year guidance. Obviously, the initial reaction was great. Now that is pre-market. Let me just see this because this is 162. So it's funny because it did get above the 200-day moving average in the pre-market. It did get above it briefly, and then but look at this from 8 o'clock Eastern time down. It has been virtually straight down. A little green candle there and one here, and that's it. Straight down. I did not see UPS at all. And FedEx had a pretty good. FedEx had earnings last week, I believe, and they, look at that. So there's a difference between UPS and FedEx right now. Yeah, I mean FedEx is still, I mean, almost on an all-time high now. 86%. So it's way in the upper range. What's been sneaky good, guys, is this NUVB from our AI. Okay, it actually was alerted in two different strategies. Okay, you can see that it had two different strategies alerted. Doesn't happen that often, but the first one was at 260, 297 now. And that's a great percentage move. That's 14%. And the other one was at 275 right there. So a little bit later. So two different AI strategies caught this one, NUVB. Well, I'm kind of waiting to see if SDLK can get really, really running here. That doesn't look good. It doesn't look good. Don't like that action at all. Still have an alert set around that 1120 level. And the reason I don't like his action at all is because of what happened earlier. I mean, if it hadn't gone down to 1018, if it had gone down to, around 11, that wouldn't be such a big deal. But because it had such a big pullback from the pre-market highs on a percentage basis, you know, I just don't have the faith that it's going to really keep popping through now. But we'll see. Yeah, wow, no kidding. Well, next low looking left, 38.70. Now, if it somehow takes that out, next low looking left is right down here, 35.50 or so. So that is for IP. Well, let's see if this holds at 38.67. 38.68. I'll put a price alert there. Let's see if it crashes through that. I mean, really. Yeah, all share is not as attractive as William was saying because share price can fluctuate. So like, way better if it's all cash. But of course, the company may not have the cash. But all right, guys. So stock, okay, STOK. I'm not going to lose sight of it only because it had that big run earlier. But it just, it's got to get into the 1120s and hold, in my opinion. STOK. Let's see what Caesar's doing. Yeah, I have an alert set up here around 6:15. Okay, so for the last I don't know, couple of hours, maybe an hour and a half, it's just been kind of chopping around. If we can take out this level right up there, that's the high of the 12:15 candle. It may get running again. Okay, so that's why somebody asked earlier, why did I put price alerts in certain areas? Well, you can kind of see that if it can get over six again and take that high out, there's a possibility that it could go on a late day run. 4:05. Yes. Okay. So William, we'll keep the room open until 4:05. See what happens with the GME. Always, whatever happens is exciting. Whatever happens. So William will keep the room open until 4:05. I usually kick off around 3. So the VWAP is 332 for meso. Okay, MESO. Now that's the 10 SMA. That's the indicator Steve really likes. Okay, the 10 SMA on the 15-minute chart. but it is looking at pre-market data. So I don't know where his would be. I like pre-market data. So oh, you can see right there that it's it got right into that. Maybe that holds it. Maybe that holds MESO. I really haven't looked at OPGN today. That's why. I think STR. Okay, guys, this could be interesting. STRO is an earnings play. So you can see what's happened. It's got right into the 200-day moving average. The 200-day moving average is 406, so it's right there. If somehow, with the highs there, 414, if somehow it can get above the 200-day and this high right there, which is about 413, so I'm going to put a price alert in that area because then when you look left, it's got room to 460, okay, which would be an okay percentage move. Again, I'm not saying it will get to 460, but at least you don't have to worry about chart resistance. Maybe it'll happen tomorrow. As well, I'll keep that price alert in overnight. Right now, guys, I'm not seeing a lot moving. Not the stuff that I'm looking at. Anyway, I don't see a lot of action. It's funny when I was listening to Michael a little bit in his when he was in YouTube and talking. I know you guys were asking about like what do you listen to and the podcast and all that. I never listened to it. Not a stock podcast. Very different, Michael. I would just find it confusing to listen to all sorts of different ideas. And for me, I mean, that's me, of course. But all right, guys. Well, 141. So man, drag into 3 o'clock for me. I'm just not seeing much. I mean, the stock, it's okay. I mean, I'm watching it. I have a thumbnail. I also have a price alert set. So we'll see if that can have a bit of a run. I should take a look on the monthly chart for NUVB. If I can take out that three level, I do recall. Oh yeah, wow. So it's got some room. I mean, on a monthly chart, NUVB does have some room. 312 is I think that's why I have that price alert at 312 because if it can take out 312, the next time the monthly is 410. So that could get interesting. Oh man, that means that IP is at the lows, these lows here. Yes. Oh man. Oh man. Well, can this hold it? I mean, I put this here. I put a price alert here. That's the low of 4 days ago, which is 38.70. Give me a moment. Boy, this. I mean, this cracks this, guys. I mean, this. Look at the room it's got underneath that. Now, market is not liking what they're trying to do. See how it's just trying to hold that? I mean, that again, it's a little bit below. And look, there's the Sisu. Just give me a moment. Okay, now things are getting exciting again. Okay, let's see if it takes it out again. Briefly did it, and a little bit of volume came in too. Time is it right now? 44. So this has another less than a minute to close, but at least it looks bigger than the previous ones, the previous hour. Let's see if we can get back over six again. That's the CZOO. And that was the VWAP cross, yes, 596. Briefly, though, very briefly. Ah, because this happened, I forgot about IP. And I think it's underneath. And I got all the way down here to 37. I know, William, you're probably looking to go long this at a bit of a bounce, probably. I'm looking to go short. Look at the holes underneath here, this 38.68. But of course, I'm way, 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 way more interested in the CZOO. I want to see if that gets back over that 615 again. Okay, well, there's IP moving down though, guys. IP definitely moving down. All right, give me a moment. Okay, guys. So what I want to do right now is just go over my homepage one last time, and again talk about the two promo codes I've got. One for a monthly and one for an annual subscription. Okay. Okay. So clicking on my homepage link. So this is what you're going to see. Okay, you're up at the top here. Now, obviously, do not use this code here for 15% off. You can use 23 Barry to get 23% off the first month only, or you can use 23 Barry or 25 Barry to get 25% off an annual. Okay. Now we are having a price increase. We're having a price increase on April 1st. Okay, but again, listen carefully. If you are a current subscriber, the price increase does not affect you. Okay. If you're a current subscriber, the price increase does not affect you. So this is just an opportunity until well, April 1st. What is that? That is Monday. Okay, so this promo actually. So yeah, so this promo is over 11:59 p.m. March 31st. Okay, April 1st is Monday, and that is when we were having our price increase. But again, it only affects if you don't have if you don't have a subscription now and you don't take advantage of this promo code, which is fine. I understand. You don't. I'm not trying to get people to take it now just so that you can lock in your subscription. If you're not comfortable, you got to be comfortable. Just to let you know, the price increase will happen April 1st and onwards. I mean, it's not a huge one. The standard will go from 118, I think 118 to 127 on a monthly basis. The premium will go from I think 220, 222, 228 to about 250 something. Okay, and if you took an annual standard, it's right now it's 999. It'll go I think to 1,050. And our premium standard, our premium annual is something like 1999. I think it's going to 2,200, something like that. It's all in the many emails that you guys are probably receiving. So if you want to lock in the lower rates, you know, and you're pretty certain that you want trade ideas, then do it this week. I mean, now you can lock it in. You'll also get 23% off the first month only, or 25% off the entire year. Okay, and it's by using these codes. Oops, it's using these codes. Yeah, so it's using the codes that I posted in. All right. Now, if you do take out a subscription, you must do to get started. This will take you about 10 minutes. Excuse me. 10 short videos will take you about 30 minutes. Trading 101. If you're new to trading, this is, well, if you're listening to Michael Noss, when he was in his glory between 12 and 1 in YouTube, okay, he put all this together, the Trading 101. It's all free, series of videos. Stock of the day video that I do, free, of course. Trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens Monday morning. It is free. Here's the education section is here. And my scans. Before I take a look at my scans or I'll let you see my scans, and the only thing I ask, if you're going to take out a subscription, please just use my promo code. Okay, this will go a long way to keeping the room free. The room gets credit if you take out a subscription using my promo code. Okay, all I ask. whether it's today, tomorrow, next week, next month, next year. Just use the code that you see. Not this one right now, but the better ones. They'll disappear next week. So looking for my scans, here they are. So if you clicked on my homepage link, you'll be at the top. Now, before I talk about that, this presentation here of a top list, you need to have our beta. Okay, so download the beta. So on my homepage, just click on the download link, and then you can download the beta, and you'll know if you have the beta or not. If you right click on this, this is just a top list window. Okay, so if I right click on it, well, this is the typical presentation of a top list window, grid fashion, and I don't like that. So if I right click and I click on show tree map, now I get this look, and you can have that look only if you have the latest beta. So you'll know, if you right click on a top list window and you do not have the show tree map option, you know you don't have the latest beta. That simple. Okay, so now if you're looking for my scans, here they are. The middle section, these are the scans that I'm currently sharing. I do not have all these scans up and running, okay? I just have a lot of scans here that I created over the years. I thought maybe I'd give some of them are a little bit different, you know? So it depends on your trading style. You can take a look at them. The combo one is I love. The abnormal option activity. This is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market act is up and down. You can see the Hulse resumes, more of an information scan. But again, I've got a lot and breakouts and breakdowns. And if you think, well, that's so many, but look how many alerts I got today. This is the total number of alerts in the breakouts and only one in the breakdown. This is the total number of alerts I got in the combo scan all day long. Just very manageable number. So even though I've got a few of these open, I'm not getting the alerts, which is exactly what I want. How do you limit the alerts? The alerts, well, by create your scans, are always going to have, right? Usually, anyway, should have a price range in it, maybe a minimum volume. I always use a relative volume filter. Okay, so based on the filters I'm using, that prevents me from getting an overload in the number of alerts I get in any particular scan. And again, this is a support room also, so don't be shy. You can ask me questions all day long. It's not just a trading room. Minimum for most of my scans is 3 bucks. But in this scan, for instance, here, it's 8. It's a combination. Okay, it is a combination of the 10-day daily break and the abnormal option. So that's why I don't get very many. It's 8 here, but for the most part, my minimum was 3. I don't use a relative volume in here because I'm more interested. I just want to see the stocks that are up the most. I think the minimum is 1, but when I click on these alerts, I mean, I would say that there's no way it's going to be for a stock to be up a decent percent. You know, relative volume is 52 for donut, as an example. It's just astronomical for these. So if a stock is up a certain like a decent percent, it's going to have high relative volume. So I don't even bother. I could put 3 in here, but I don't even bother. The reason I keep it at 1, that then if I keep it at 1, I can see this will actually work in the free market. I do load this about 5 minutes before the market opens. If you use a relative volume of anything but 1 and you're trying to see something in the pre-market, you will not get any data. So I keep it at one, but I mean, I guarantee that virtually all of them are going to be a lot more than that. Give me a moment, Christine. All right, so you want fatter candles. So this, I'm not on the browser interface right now. Pretty simple. Just left click on the chart, okay? Left click on the chart you want to do this on, just so the system knows what chart you're in. Then keep the control key pressed down on your keyboard. So I've got the control key is pressed down on my keyboard, and then the scroll wheel on my mouse, I can scroll in and out. Okay. So left click on the you want, and then control press down on your keyboard, and then the scroll wheel, scroll in and out. Okay. And it's the same thing here. If I left click, I can make it. Okay. With a MacBook. Are you using the web-based version, or are you using Parallels or something like that? Are you using the web-based version? Oh, you okay with Parallels? Now, I have a feeling maybe the positive key, like the flat positive key, the plus key. You don't have a control key. How about do you have a command key or something on your MacBook keyboard? Is it a command? Somebody must know. Somebody must have a Mac with Parallels. How do you like? What do you do to do what I do? Either shrink the candles down or get them fatter. Somebody in the room, either room, must have a Mac using Parallels. And how do you do this then? How do you sort of zoom in and out? I thought maybe it was the plus key, or maybe a right arrow. See, I can do well. I can move it over with a right arrow. It's not, I can maybe the right arrow, or your left and right arrows. Maybe try that. Okay, so Torty in our YouTube room, he's saying he's got a Mac. Well, you're using the web-based version though, right? She's not using the web. Well, it shouldn't matter though. It probably shouldn't matter. She's using Parallels, so she's sort of turned it into a pseudo PC. Okay, so Shaw in our YouTube room, Christine, is saying zoom in. To zoom in, press the option Command equal sign, and to zoom out, press the option Command minus sign. If that makes sense to you. Never had a Mac. Okay, guys, A-L-A-B, and um, a little bit fishing around that 80 mark, but it looks like it wants to move again. Okay, to me anyway, it looks like it might want to move again. The high right there is 82.59. And the high next to it is 82.46. So that's where it is right now. So you can kind of see if it can take out maybe 82.61, like it is right now. It may, start to fill in this little void here on the intraday. You've got to go, but I think you've got to left click on the chart, Christine, and that'll focus focus on the chart. I think. Well, I know. For me, that's what I have to do. I have to left click on the chart so that Trade is knows that's what you like. That is where you want to be. Okay. Maybe I'll ask. Yeah, I'm gonna forget about stock guys. STOK. It just doesn't seem to want to. Just doesn't seem to want to do it. I still have an alert set around the 11:28 mark or so, but I don't know. This doesn't seem to want to get action. Well, a lab. Bit of a spready issue here, but well, let's see. Can it run from here? I mean, it's still pretty. I mean, it's only because of this, guys. I mean, this hit almost 100, 95 or so, 95 or so in the pre-market. Got to hold 80 though. I think it's got to hold 80. The VWAP. Good point. 80, well, 80, well, that's far enough away though. I mean, if I wanted to take this now, I mean, that's $2.50 away. I mean, to get it really rocking, sure. You're talking, Jay, you're talking about a lab, right? Yeah, it's the same. I mean, we have 85/48. You've got 85/44. But to me, it's far enough away that if you wanted to take it in this area, that's $2.50. Now, if it that could be the resistance area, but if it pops through that, look out. All right, guys, 209. How do I find a VWAP bounce with Holly? This is a question from our YouTube room, Danny, or Danny in our YouTube room. Now, when you say the VWAP bounce with Holly, okay, so it is no, I don't think anyway, I don't think a specific strategy, but when we're talking about the VWAP and say bouncing or acting in resistance. So let's just, load MESO here, okay? MESO is obviously is an AI alert, a Holly alert, and so there's the VWAP down here, 333. So it's not a matter. So how to find it? Well, you load the stock, and if you want, you can just put a price alert around the VWAP. Okay, it, the single stock window will tell you where the VWAP is. Okay, I mean you could put the VWAP in a column and stuff, but that's why I have my single stock window. But when I click on an alert, I always check to see, well, here I can always, obviously I can check on the daily chart what the 200-day moving average is. I don't put the VWAP on here because sometimes it gets a little skewed because it's pre-market data. So I always look at this, okay? So it's not a matter of looking for the VWAP bounce with Holly, it's looking for wherever the VWAP, wherever the VWAP is on anything you click on. It makes sense? And so it's just a matter of, okay, clicking on the Holly alerts. And then, so here's NUVB as an example. So there's the VWAP, 276. So you could just put a price alert around 276. So if it hits it, the strategy. Um, I don't know if there is one. I see. So you're talking about a specific strategy, a VWAP bounce. I don't know if there is a specific strategy called the VWAP bounce with the AI. See, I don't see when I look at the AI, I don't really care about the individual strategies. Here's what I see. I don't really care about the individual strategies. I just want to see what the alerts are. But let me load and just see. Is there something called the VWAP strategy? All right, but it didn't. Oh, I see. Okay. So I'm just looking at the ones that made the cut today. These are the ones that made the cut today. So cut today. So the VWAP strategy did not make the cut today. And the thing is that you cannot see. Okay, you cannot see what the filters are. Understand what the V what happens with the AI is that it goes through an optimization procedure. All the strategies that are there, I guess, including the anchored VWAP bounce, go through an optimization procedure overnight, and then these were the out of the 50, I think, scans that there are. These are the ones that made the cut. Okay, these are the ones that made the cut. And just because a strategy makes the cut doesn't necessarily mean that you'll get an alert from it. Does that make sense? Yeah. So so is it actually here though? The anchored VWAP bounce? Because you can get like a brief description of what it's looking for, but you will not see the filters. You can see here we go. Yeah. So I mean, this is what we're talking about. So the strategies, a multi VWAP to find stocks that are not only bouncing off the day's VWAP, but yesterday's as well. That's what it's looking for. Okay. So thank you, Pepe, for so you can read about all the strategies. You just won't see what the filters are, okay? But you'll get a general idea, I guess, of what they're all about. And if you scroll down enough, you'll see what that anchored VWAP was. I don't even know how many times that has been that's made the cut. Donut, guys, my goodness, donut on the move again. DNUT on the move again. That is one big wow. Now, I mean, it's a late day mover. Look at this, a little pullback and then a boom. And there's A Lab now, guys. There's Sizu. Okay, a lot happening right now. What time is it? 2:17. But again, look what it did. It popped up and came right back down. And it hold over six. I mean, that's the big thing. And it hold over six. Very, very choppy, guys. Be careful. Be really, really careful here. You know that now it does not have 95,000 in the float. It's more like 2.4 million, which is still very low. Yeah, I don't even know. That's why I don't even pay attention to the names of the strategies anymore. All I care about is give me the alerts today. That's all I care about. And then, I click on the alert and I see what it looks like on a chart. Do I want to trade it or not? To me, it doesn't matter like what the how it was derived. And we have oh, this one, guys, this crazy one. Now, Suave, SW, it must be under $1 now. No, it's way over. Look at this one. Look at this one. Shockwave Medical. Oh yeah, I remember this one. SWAV. Look at the move. I'm not sure what the reason for it. I don't see anything. Johnson and Johnson considers a deal for Shockwave. That just hit, I guess. Are you guys seeing that? Yeah, right here. Johnson and Johnson considers a deal for Shockwave Medical from the Wall Street Journal. That is a big wow, guys. But look at Donut. That's it. I mean, that's amazing. I mean, looked like it was sort of dead right around, maybe not dead here, but okay. You had your fun. And again, it's all because they're going to be in McDonald's. Yeah. Okay, Danny, this is what I do with the AI. Okay. So I click on new from the toolbar, and then I click on premium AI strategy trades window. You'll notice there are three of them that start with premium AI. So the middle one, premium AI strategy trades window. Okay. This is what you'd see. And these are the alerts all day long. Okay. When you and I would take this window and I would incorporate it as part of your layout. Tomorrow, when you open up trade ideas, assuming you open it before 9:30, this window, well, even a little after 9:30, this window will be blank. The earliest alert you'll get is 9:40. That's the earliest. The earliest alert today, I guess, was 9:44. Okay. And so if you open trade ideas, say at 9:30 or Eastern time, of course, or if you do any pre-market work, it will be blank until at least 9:40. Doesn't mean you're going to get an alert at 9:40, but and just wait for the alerts to happen. Okay. And how you trade them, and if you trade them, will be up to you. Okay. That's the easiest way. Instead of, we're not worrying, but I mean, instead of wondering, well, I wonder what alert that one came from. Like what strategy did it come from? To me anyway, it's sort of irrelevant because the bottom line is you click on it and you see what the chart looks like. I don't know what charts you like to use. Well, I've got a 15 and a daily and a weekly. So I click on it and I say, okay, if I'm going to take this trade, does it have enough room to move before it hits the next high, say on the daily chart or on the weekly chart? And that kind of makes up my mind whether or not I want to take the trade or not. That's how I trade. Okay. So to me, it's completely irrelevant the strategy that triggered the alert. Yeah, so we don't do automated trading anymore. Okay, you can't do it with the AI. Okay, we have ceased and desist that for quite a while now. Okay, I use this as an example. If you automated, for instance, let's take a look at CDLX. CDLX was a well, look at Donut, man, oh man. CDLX was a lab go. This could get really interesting. So let me show you CDLX as an example, okay? So this was a short alert earlier, okay, by our AI. You can see the down arrow there. That means it's a short, and the alert was at 1387. That was the price. Look what it got down to. Got down to 1198. If you had been using this in some kind of an auto strategy, though, the AI, based on its algorithms and all, did not get out of that trade until 1362. In other words, it let it go all the way up here and it got out at 1362. I would hope that makes sense that that is no way to trade, right? Because I mean, if you get into a stock around 1387, you don't have to get in right at the exact penny, and it moves down. That's a tremendous percentage move. The minute it starts doing something like this, you should be pairing some out, right? So, how we like to describe it is a combination of man and machine. The machine, gets you the alerts. You don't have to do anything. There's nothing to fiddle around with. It's going to give you the alerts. And then if you want to take the trade, then you manage the exits on your own. It's not what you want to hear, I'm sure, but that's the way it is. Now, if you can have your own automated trading strategy if you want, okay? It's just that we don't allow people to automate the AI. But if you want to create your own strategy and you want to trade it, that's up to you, you know. But I do get it. I mean, people. I mean, I know the company when they first, had the idea of Poly AI and all that. Sure, the idea a long time ago was wouldn't be great if people could just automate it and just turn it on in the morning and count your money at the end of the day. Unfortunately, you just can't do it. Well, and the thing about creating your own strategy, Danny, I mean, that's the problem. To automate your own strategy means we're going to have to use our back tester and create some kind of a strategy, back test it to see what it looks like. In other words, what does the equity curve look like? I mean, the back tester, what it does is it says, okay, for instance, okay, I'm not going to do it with this one, but you know, here is a an alert window. Prices between $1 and $100. The current volume is at least three, so it's trading at least three times normal up to this time of day. 100,000 shares, etc. Minimum. The volume in the last minute is 1,000% of normal. 5 minutes is it's 400% of normal. Okay, so you could take this. These are the filters. Okay, so a stock would have to pass meet all these filter criteria, and then the trigger is a new high of the day. So you could say, okay, what if I took every single trade? Okay, what would happen if I took every single trade over the last? You can go back 3 months, 63 trading days. I took every single trade that met all these parameters. I made a new high for the day. What would happen? Okay, and you would generate some kind of an equity curve. Okay, and then you look at it and go, no, that doesn't look good. Maybe it's maybe it's flat or maybe it's a little down. And then you start playing around. Well, okay, maybe there's a better range I should be looking at. I mean, I'm not going to get into very few of our customers do this. Okay, I mean, it's in our guide, but then you might look at, okay, is there a better uh, price range I should be looking at? Maybe a certain time period I should be looking at. things like that. And then you start going in through this optimization procedure, which is basically what the AI does overnight. But it's a computer and can go through, many, many, many different permutations and combinations that we could do. Let me see if it just destroys my. I'll try to show you what I mean. I mean, this I would never. I just want to. I'm not trying to dissuade you, but let's just see if if it slows my system down. Yeah, not bad, not bad. Usually during the day. Okay, so this is what it's telling me. Over, I don't know how many days I should have looked, but let's just say it was 30 days or 63 days, 3 months. There were a total of 742 trades, stocks that met those filter requirements. Okay, 40% were winners. And so and you look at this equity curve, well, not too good. And this is when you have factor in, I believe, slippage and commission. I don't do this anymore. Okay, I do not do this anymore. But this is when the optimization. Okay, you look at this and go, okay, is there a better price range I should be looking at? Is there a price range that is a lot better? Maybe I should concentrate on only between 20 and 50. It looks like there's a little bit of green here, or yeah, 20 or 10 to 50, and forget all the rest of them. Now you don't want to curve fit so much so that you only take one trade, and, and you curve fit it all the way down. Now, guys, look at the CZOO, and then the other one to look at is time of day. Is there a better time to do this? Sometimes it really stands out. Forget about the early part of the day, maybe the middle part of the day, maybe the later part of the day. This is what the optimization, but you got to have the time, the inclination to do all this sort of stuff. Okay, it takes a lot of time. And then, I mean, you can get really crazy. There's all these other filters. There's all a million different filters, and this is what the AI goes through. Okay, that you can say, well, what if I plug this one in, or what if I plug this one in and run the back test again? So that's what I'm saying. I'm not saying there's nobody at Trade Ideas that does this. I don't mean at Trade Ideas, but our customers. But we don't have very many that go through that sort of procedure. And nobody can help you. Nobody can say, well, okay, this is the strategy you should use and optimize it this way. And the problem with that too is that you can optimize a strategy that actually looks pretty good. Your equity curve looks pretty good, your win rate looks pretty good, and all that. And then a week later, it's terrible. And then you have to go through the optimization procedure again. Well, if you've got something very specific in mind, it's possible that it could be built for you in terms of an alert window. And then when you get the alerts, you can trade them. You can put some of the parameters if you want in there. I might be able to help you. If not, one of the other traders might be able to help. I'm much more of an intraday trader. Okay, so but the other thing you can do is you don't want to do it here. I mean, you can do it here, but you can go to info at trade-ideas.com. I'm putting the link in and just put your parameters in there. Like, guys, I'm looking for something like this. Can somebody help? Okay, info at trade-ideas.com. And that goes to the general email, but all the traders look at it. Okay. Now, if you're trying to post something into YouTube, okay, YouTube is not that friendly. You know, if you're posting something, I don't know what you're doing. I don't see anything from you yet. But if you're post, well, okay, the price has got to be this, the volume has got to be this, a whole long list of things. It may not post into YouTube. We do have another room that I moderated at the same time, in which you have a lot more flexibility in terms of posting. So you might want to come over here. It's the same. I mean, they see my screen and they hear me. There's just a lot more action in the main. Man, oh man, that IP, I should have been all over that one. That was a nice one. I don't know how far down it went before it started to bounce a bit, but if it has bounced at all, yeah. Well, it did have that big bounce up here, but look at this; it's continuing down. Next low looking left is again that 35.40. So, guys, I'm wondering about help me do something here. The positioning of my mic. Okay, so I've got my mic. Now, what if I do this? Is it any different? Is it better or different, or does it sound further away? Maybe you can help me out. I've never really paid that much attention to the positioning of my mic, but maybe that can be an issue. If it's the same, that's fine. So you bounced it. You must have played the bounce. Oh, UPS. You're talking UPS, not IP. It sounds further away. Okay, so that's cool. Okay, so now, all right, I've got it now a little closer, but also a different angle. So maybe I don't know. Maybe yeah. I don't think I. This is a Blue Yeti Nano, and I've had it for a long time. It's very clear, same at a different angle. Okay. Well, you know what? I mean, after the early morning, look at this IP. Wow. I mean, this, anyway, after the early morning problems that I had, all I had to do was just reboot my computer. So I don't typically reboot my computer overnight. I put it to sleep and then I start it up. I reboot. Of course, I shut down Trade Ideas, but maybe I've got to just reboot every night. And even put it a little lower. So what happened to SWAV? Did it continue higher or? Yeah, look at this. So this is on this the rumor of potential buyout by Johnson and Johnson. So you must have played the bounce, I guess. All right, guys, 2:38. I have another 20 minutes or so before I shut myself down. The main room again will be open until about 4:05. Probably allow GME to announce, and then that'll be it. Just to see what sort of fun there is there. So we'll keep the room open. There'll be no screen sharing. Nobody will be on the mic, but you can still converse amongst yourselves. Yeah, DJT has been kind of hanging around 70 for the most part of the day. I have that one thumbnailed right around this area here after the big, well, there's the big run up. And there's the VWAP 711. So it is now below the VWAP. Nothing I can do about it. I cannot short this one yet. Too new. Probably you people with center point. You probably have shares available, but so Danny, are you still there? Danny Casillas, are you still in the YouTube room or no? Kazoo, guys, kazoo. I mean, it's not been easy. That little big bottoming tail got all the way back down underneath six, but who knows? Maybe it's going to challenge that high of the day. Well, look at this. I mean, this is very whippy still. Big topping tail, big bottoming tail. Look at this. Look at this. You got to be so careful. I'm not going to do anything with it. It's just too erratic. Where are you going to put a stop? All right, guys. So 241. Any questions? You got any questions? Good time to ask questions. I'm probably not going to do too much more. Just waiting on a lab. If I can again further go through 84. If I were a swing trader, boy, I don't know. This has been so strong. Here's the IPO date back here. You are more than welcome, Kareem. And we only have 2 days left. Yeah, market holiday on Friday, guys. Market holiday on Friday. So the bond market closes, as Michael, we're talking about it in our YouTube room, and the bond market closes only half a day on Thursday. So, that could really, really make Thursday afternoon super, super slow. Though all the low float crazy ones probably don't care. Boy, look at that IP just continuing down. Now, had I been in it, of course I would have taken some off, maybe all of it on that big pop. I was looking at it right around here though, the 38 50 mark. All equity proposal to acquire DS Smith is, excuse my ignorance, but so is that a private company? No. Like what is DS Smith? It's not a public, is that a publicly traded? Oh, UK. Okay. I gotcha. Thank you. So that is why I cannot bring it up. Well, was that the reason why this popped up initially back a few days ago? Now they don't like it? No, so this was the reason. So on the 19th, so Anchor Investment Management makes a new investment in IP. So that was the reason. Now, you have to know that these guys knew that IP was looking to buy these guys. Had to know. I mean, that looks like the reason. I'm just looking at the 19th. This is where I do like our news because I can go back very easily to see what might have happened. With IB headline, I mean, there's probably a way I can do it, but it's not as easy as this. IB meaning Interactive Brokers. I haven't even looked at what the SPY is doing or anything's doing. So yeah, the SPY is basically flat. Dow's up a little, Nas up a little. Not much shaking today in the overall markets, but of course, with our stuff, we can always find the things that are moving. Our stuff, our program, Trade Ideas, can always find things that are moving that don't really care about what the market's doing. All right. Well, finally, IP is having a bounce now. Maybe even a green candle, and it remained green. Time is 2:48. So wow, 12 minutes for this to close. So, a lot can happen in 12 minutes. All right, guys, I had an alert set for Stro for some reason at just around $4. Let's take a look at Stro, S-T-R-O, Sutro Biopharma. I can see why. So there's the higher. That's why I put this earlier. So there's the high right there. And the reason I put that alert there, but it's too late for me to do anything really, I think. The high right there is 415. So why would that be interesting? Well, first of all, through the 200-day moving average, which is 406, and then the next high is up here around 460. So if we can get through all this and maybe start to attack this area. Pre-market, yeah, man. I mean, in the pre-market, it got up to 444 and came right back down. I mean, that's a big drop, 444, all the way back down to 342. Maintained a buy by Wainwright at let's see, I think they had a $12 price target, maybe. It's cut from 16 to 12. Okay, it is cut, and so there's getting some cuts here. Still higher than the current price, but Wedbush had it at 12, and they're cutting it to 8. Whereas these guys, JMP Securities, reiterating, and they got a $17 price target on it. And that's all from Interactive Brokers, guys, okay? What I was just popping on my screen. Well, let's see what bets are being placed on GME, guys. That has earnings after hours today. So nothing. Nothing. Look at this. It's up. It's basically flat. In other words, it's where it closed yesterday. William, you might have to keep the room up until 4:15. CASA says that they are not going to release until 4:15. You don't have to do anything, of course. You can go right now if you want. Oh, guys, okay, NUVB. It's just making a high here, guys. NUVB. This could be a late day run, guys. NUVB could be a late day run. I think. Have to look at the monthly chart. I think I saw that it had some room. Yeah, I think 314 is 312. That's why I've got some price alerts set up in that 312 level. If it takes that out, the next high in the monthly chart is 410. This will be interesting tomorrow. Okay, if it maintains over 3, for this AI alert. This is a sneaky one, you know. I mean, we had the alert was at well, there were two strategies that actually triggered for NUVB. The first one was at 260. Kind of sneaky. I mean, it was the trend was up, and look what Steve would be salivating over this. So that eight, that orange line you see here in my 15-minute chart, that is a 10 SMA, and he loves that 10 SMA on a 15-minute chart. And look how it never really broke down below. I just kind of hugged it all the way up. Steve, meaning Steve Gomez, okay, Trade Ideas, who will be in the YouTube room, should be on Thursday, unless he switched again with Andy. And then the second alert from another strategy was at 275. So I'll give you a little bit of confirmation. You got two different AI strategies that alerted NUVB. And this did not show up on the now. Yeah, I was wondering why didn't it show up on the combo scanner? Because the option volume is only 416 contracts right now, and it has to be a minimum of 500. That's still a 7.5% of normal, but or 7.5 times normal, but okay, guys, 2:55. I think I will wrap myself up. Well, I'm not going to wrap myself up. I'm going to wrap up my spell today, unless there are some questions. Again, I don't have to go, but if there are no questions, I'll just take off. So before I do that, this is so for those of you who are still on YouTube, this is the link for the main room. Okay, so you can head over there. The room will be open probably now, maybe to 4:15, certainly to 4. Okay. All right. I don't see any questions, so I think that's it for me. Okay, guys, thanks a lot for all the help. As usual, I'll get on the mic tomorrow at 9 o'clock Eastern Time. Have a great evening. We'll see you tomorrow. Okay, and YouTubers, I will welcome John. Better work on your spelling, but other than that, or your typing. Um, so YouTubers, I will shut you guys down now.